Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to our esteemed guests, speakers, and delegates. It's an absolute honor to host you for the grand finale of Polycab and CNBC-TV18 present InfraSafety, Powering India's Electrical Future. Well, after a series of impactful events in Mumbai, Chennai, and Hyderabad, we've now arrived at this grand culmination. Tonight, we not only reflect on thought-provoking discussions, but also celebrate groundbreaking innovations and transformative best practices that will illuminate the future of India's electrical infrastructure. This evening, we have a dynamic agenda featuring thought-provoking conversations, expert insights, and inspiring stories shedding light on the crucial role of electrical safety in shaping India's infrastructure and mobility landscape. As we witness the remarkable growth in manufacturing, real estate, and infrastructure across India, the importance of electrical safety cannot be overstated. It is a cornerstone of sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Well, to further emphasize this point, we have prepared a short audiovisual presentation that highlights the critical role of electrical safety in modern development.
From towering skyscrapers to world-class manufacturing hubs, and a revolution in mobility, progress is shaping our nation's future. As India accelerates towards an era of unprecedented growth, one crucial question emerges: how do we secure this progress? With this vision in mind, Polycab, in collaboration with CNBC-TV18, launched the InfraSafety campaign, a nationwide initiative to address the urgent need for electrical safety across key industries. Across India, we've sparked crucial conversations, brought together experts, leaders and stakeholders, and outlined actionable solutions to make real estate and manufacturing safer. As we culminate this journey in New Delhi, shifting our focus to mobility, an industry at the heart of India's economic acceleration. With electrification driving the future of transport, electrical infrastructure must be robust and resilient. Today, we will also honor the courage and dedication of the real-life heroes who tirelessly work to prevent electrical hazards and ensure safety in our industries and cities. Building on the insights gathered from past discussions, we will renew our collective commitment to safety and together take a pledge to uphold electrical safety protocols, to protect our industries, our cities, and our future. Polycab and CNBC-TV18 present InfraSafety, Powering India's Electrical Future.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I please invite on stage Mr. Rajshekhar Reddy, Vice President and Head of Marketing B2B at Polycab India, to deliver the opening address. A big round of applause for Mr. Rajshekhar Reddy.
Thank you, Ashima. Shri Rammohan Naidu ji, Minister of Civil Aviation, Honorable Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, Union Minister of Heavy Industries and Steel, who would be joining us in some time, Shri Sudhenu Sinha, Advisor, Infra Connectivity and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog, Shri Atul Garg, Director, Delhi Fire Services, dignitaries from various government departments, respected panelists, industry leaders, all the participants who have gathered here today, and to all the viewers who are watching this event live on various digital media. It's truly a privilege to welcome you all to this wonderful evening. As you have seen in this video that we have just shown, this collaboration between Polycab and CNBC-TV18 has been extremely successful in terms of sparking a conversation among various stakeholders across the country. It has also ensured that we raise the safety quotient in our infrastructure. Polycab, a name synonymous with wires and cables across the country, has been manufacturing safe, innovative, and energy-efficient products for over past 5 decades. With this dedication and support from all of you, we have not only become the leader in India, but we are exporting to more than 79 countries across the world. With this vision, we have also ventured into many other products. In the past 1 decade or so, we are manufacturing fans, lights, switches, switch gears, conduit pipes and fittings. We have ventured into solar renewables and EPC solutions, as well as telecom solutions. So we have presented a small display outside this room. I would request everyone to have a look at that. Coming back to today's session, in this session today, we would be discussing on electrical safety in mobility infrastructure. We will also look at how safe and reliable electrical systems are not just required for operational purpose, but they are a necessity to ensure human life and infrastructure resilience. So we would be having curated panel discussions, and eminent panelists are present here today who would be providing their valuable insights into the system. This would be followed by a conclusion on of our InfraSafety conclaves, which were held across various cities throughout the country. And we will be looking at what are the challenges which are part of this electrical safety, what are the issues, and how do we solve them. Today is March 4th, and it's also a day which is recognized as National Safety Day. So one of the crucial days for the country, and we take this opportunity to recognize the brave heroes who are with us today here, who put their life in danger to save this society. So a big round of applause for them, please. In the end, I would also request every one of you to take this safety pledge as an individual in order to ensure that the path of Surakshit Bharat leads to Viksit Bharat. So I thank you all for being here today and participating in this discourse. Your support is invaluable, and we look forward to your continuous support in ensuring that this initiative reaches the national scale with maximum reach. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reddy, for your invaluable insights. Looking ahead, the government's vision for India's mobility future by 2047 lays out a transformative roadmap set to revolutionize the way we move, build, and innovate. It is a huge honor to welcome Shri Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, who will share key insights into this bold and visionary journey through his keynote address. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Shri Ram Mohan Naidu, sir.
A warm good evening to each and everyone present here on this important summit. Our Rajshekhar Reddy Garu, who opened the program here, Vice President Marketing, Polycab India, distinguished government officials, esteemed guests, industry leaders, members from the media, a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Namaste and good evening, everyone. At the outset, I extend my sincere appreciation to CNBC-TV18 and Polycab for creating this platform to highlight a critical challenge in India's infrastructure development. Ensuring electrical safety in smart infrastructure and smart mobility is a need of the hour and a need for the future. Coming from the civil aviation sector, I can't stress more on safety because safety is a very important aspect for us. Life in the air seems very, very important, and we have to take care of it very thoroughly, and safety is an important point. but I have to even expand it a little further that life anywhere is a life. Let it be in the air, let it be on the ground, let it be inside a building, let it be while working in the building. So the safety aspect in whatever we are doing is of utmost priority. And a lot of times when we feel that it's not the most important aspect, that is where we lead to a lot of problems. But I'm very happy that this summit concentrates on that infrastructure and infrastructure safety. So I appreciate once again CNBC-TV18 and also Polycab for having the discussion which is the need of the hour today. And under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we are witnessing an era of unprecedented growth and urban transformation. And as we align our priorities for the common goal of Viksit Bharat 2047, which is seeing our India developed after 100 years of independence, I firmly believe that in the rapidly urbanizing India, infrastructure safety is not just a priority, but also our all shared responsibility. And I see urbanization as not only expansion of our cities, but also ensuring that that expansion is both inclusive, safe, and also secure. And I commend CNBC-TV18 for highlighting the vital issue of electrical safety through a dedicated campaign and also having a dialogue around it and bringing the industry stakeholders and the important people and giving us a direction in the way forward. And India is the most populated country in the world today. And it is projected that 50% of our population will be urbanized by the year 2047. And imagine the immense pressure and the demand that this whole urbanization is going to create. And this calls for a strategized development of our urban infrastructure and urban mobility, focusing on the crucial safety aspect. With electrical hazards posing serious threats to us and the adoption of smart cabling solutions, advanced safety systems, and sustainable construction practices, these kind of solutions are going to be a key in addressing this safety aspect. With growing electrification in aviation, railways, road transport, and other departments, we are ensuring that stringent safety standards are thoroughly followed. And I firmly believe that a key aspect of transforming India's mobility infrastructure lies in securing our electrical infrastructure in the future. And the Government of India is actively promoting e-mobility in the country. With a financial outlay of more than 10,000 crores under the PM e-Drive scheme, we are offering upfront incentives for purchase of electrical vehicles in the country. And we are also have the FAME initiative where 10,000 electrical buses are also set to be deployed. Railways has achieved 97% of electrification in their tracks, and by next year, we are going to see 100% electrification of our railway lines. So you see that each and every department, when we say progress, we are all moving towards electrification of it. And if you come to this zero pollution mobility, which is the Shunya, this also talks about how do we electrify our systems so that we can deal with the future. And I encourage India's aviation industry to pursue new paths of advanced air mobility with the introduction of electrical aircraft, eVTOLs, which are the electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, and drone systems also, which are electrical systems now. And we are seeing more and more utilization of these drones in our aviation ecosystem. And to highlight the potential of e-mobility in aviation, I would like to give a reference to a study which has been conducted by Uber. Our economy loses approximately 1.4 lakh crore annually due to traffic congestion in just 4 major cities of the country. 1.4 lakh crore, imagine, just by traffic congestion. In Bangalore alone, in a survey that was conducted in 2023, around 7 lakh productive hours were lost because of delayed traffic and also costing the economy up to 1,100 crores. So this is a serious problem that we are looking at. And on top of this, more than 1 million lives in India are lost prematurely every year due to the air pollution, where the major source has been linked to the traffic and the road transport. So this is where we see the aviation stepping up things and trying to offer some innovative solutions. And I truly believe that electric-powered advanced air mobility systems, these are going to give us a strong potential in dealing with these challenges. Some of the numbers that I've shown today, how do we tackle that is we are trying to bring in new systems through the electric innovation. And imagine cities without traffic congestion, fewer accidents, and reduced pollution. This should be a collective vision for all of us, and we are ensuring that we drive it from our civil aviation side also. And when we also had Asia Pacific Interministerial Conference in the month of September last year, and there we had a declaration, which was the Delhi Declaration under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister. And what we strongly discussed there is the eVTOL systems, the electric vehicle vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, which we see is going to be the future in the civil aviation, especially in these urban cities where the road congestion is a very big problem. And the regional connectivity scheme, which is the UDAN scheme, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik scheme, this has also revolutionized the way we travel in the country by offering connectivity to those tier 2 and tier 3 airports, where earlier there was a challenge, economical challenge of running viable routes. Through the UDAN scheme, we have opened all these airports and we have given connectivity to each and every airport in the country. We have started a record number of 619 routes through the UDAN scheme, through which we have seen unprecedented growth in the domestic air connectivity market in the country today. And if you consider the helicopter market, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, there are up to, in just one city, there are up to 600 helicopters operating in there. And today in the country, a country like India, we are just having around 300 helicopters in the whole country. One city where there are 600 and the country where there are 300. So imagine the kind of potential there is in terms of air connectivity in the city also, in the country. So advanced air mobility, where we are bringing these electrical systems, electrical models, these are going to offer a wide range of connectivity while solving the safety and security aspect that we are facing today also. So while offering these innovative solutions, there is also a cost advantage for these. It is much better than the existing systems, existing models. So the electric ones are going to offer us a cost advantage on the long run. So we are trying to adapt these e-mobility systems very strongly in our civil aviation also, and also along with their lower environmental footprint, eVTOLs have a higher economic footprint. They create good job opportunities in manufacturing, services, and industrial infrastructure sectors. Projections show that the global urban air mobility market, which is growing at 2.6 billion in 2020 to 9.1 billion in 2030, at a combined annual growth rate of 13.1%. So this growth could significantly contribute to the India's GDP, creating opportunities in maintenance, repair, and overhaul network, and also facilitate for creation of vertiports, and also advancing our overall aviation ecosystem. To captivate this potential, we are taking some proactive steps from the Ministry of Civil Aviation also. We have had one Urban Air Mobility Expo recently, where we have showcased to the startup companies that these electric vehicles are going to be coming in the near future. So they should also get hold of the ecosystem and try to enhance their whole manufacturing facilities so they can build these machines at the earliest. And on safety aspect, we have also dedicatedly put up 6 working groups from the ministry so that the unique requirements of eVTOL operations in India are looked at and the regulations that are required for that are developed in time. And we are also collaborating internationally with forged partnerships with International Civil Aviation Organization, FAA, EASA, which are the DGCA equivalents in US and the Europe, and focusing on advancing our electric air mobility. DGCA has also issued detailed guidelines on vertiport commissioning, airworthiness of AM aircraft, and also air taxi licensing. With these measures, we have laid the groundwork for a future where urban commuters can bypass road traffic and instead fly in minutes in these urban cities by using these eVTOLs. And I believe, and it's also a constant push from my side, that by early next year or mid next year, we have to see these eVTOLs flying in the country itself. A lot of countries are already moving into it. China, UAE, USA, they're also trying to build these models indigenously. But I don't want India to be standing back. We are pushing our industry strongly. We want to see that in competition with them, we also have these eVTOLs functioning in the country by early next year. And our next step is to establish these sandbox systems where we can test these eVTOLs so that all these safety and security aspects are thoroughly taken care of once they come into operations. And the outcomes from the sandbox will also be very important for us in policy decisions and also for providing an opportunity for startups, especially the MSMEs who are trying to do something effective in the aviation market. Technologies that seemed once very futuristic are now set to revolutionize and simplify the way we travel in the country. And I think it is time for all of us to redefine the urban planning and the incorporate advanced air mobility in our planning so that the future systems that we bring in especially these urban cities, takes care of this rapid growth that we are seeing in the advanced air mobility also. And talking about eVTOLs, we also need to talk about the drone systems, which are bringing in a lot of different kind of solutions for us across various different fields. Let it be agriculture, let it be law and order, or any other streams. Then we are seeing more and more use of these drones coming into the picture. And it is an immense pride for all of us that the rapid developments that we are seeing in this sector, and with innovations in electric propulsion and battery-operated vehicle technologies, the growth in drone adoption has been tremendous and very phenomenal. Over the last decade, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, initiatives like ease of doing business and Digital India has transformed how we connect as a nation and how we operate also as a nation. And I believe that today, with a stronger focus on reducing lead times, minimizing the logistics costs, and emphasizing on sustainability, we are unlocking new potentials for air mobility, especially in the drone sector. The rise of e-commerce industry in India is expected to reach up to 350 billion by 2030, an exponential 500% growth. And when we are talking about e-commerce, there is also a huge potential for us in terms of drone delivery in the e-commerce sector. And with the ability of drones to connect to these remote areas, especially in these hilly areas, the utilization of drones to give that connectivity to the last mile becomes very, very crucial. And for example, in states like Arunachal Pradesh, drones have the potential to reduce the delivery time of something from 3 hours to 30 minutes. So imagine the kind of potential drones can offer to us. And I believe that this potential is not only in e-commerce sector, but also in healthcare industry, where giving the medicines to sending them to these remote and unconnected areas becomes also very, very important for us. And one of the most inspiring examples is the medicines from the sky, where last year in October, in partnership with Uttarakhand state government, we had launched one initiative at the AIIMS Rishikesh, where we are using drones to transport these medicines to these remote villages. And it was a groundbreaking effort from all of us, and a very successful one, where we were able to cut down the transport times from more than 5 hours also in some of the cases. And drones have emerged as lifesavers during natural disasters. And last year, I have also been personally involved in this initiative, which was the Vijayawada in the state of Andhra Pradesh when it was flood struck. Then all the houses were disconnected and there was no possible way of reaching to any household and giving them any kind of relief. So at that point of time, we utilized the drones so that we can send in the relief material, let it be food, let it be medicines, let it be milk for the children. So utilization of drones became very, very effective in doing the relief mechanism also. So these are some of the examples. When you utilize electricity in proper way, some of the interesting challenges that we face today, how can you offer wide variety of solutions? It is just connecting electricity through a device to a problem and offering a solution. And in this, civil aviation on the forefront, we have tried to include the eVTOLs and also drone systems. And in the future also, I see a lot of huge revolution coming in the aviation sector because of the electricity advancements that we have made today. And one of the important ones is we are trying to build a plane also through the Hansa, which is a plane which is manufactured by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which is totally electric. And they are in the production right now, and we are very happy to see the kind of advancements the aircraft side also people are making so that they can go electric. This is going to be very, very crucial for us. And we are doing many other initiatives where we are trying to increase the dependence on electricity more and more, because we feel it is the more safer way to do, and it's a more sustainable way to do also. And in fact, in our airports, we are trying to the building of airports, where Airport Authority of India is the major driver for the infrastructure behind the airports, we are continuously upgrading our systems to the industry standards and also the global standards. Much of the discussion which would happen here later on also on how do we build much stronger and safer infrastructure systems in the country. From the airport side, we are taking in the best concept, the best standards, and making our airports much more sustainable, much more reliable, and much more safer in the future also. And today, we are very happy with the way the airports are coming. They are excellent buildings, engineering marvels today. They are not just, if you look at the West, they are not just mere buildings where you are just combining steel and glass. This is what you are seeing mostly in one of these advanced countries. But the way we are doing it in India, we are including our culture, we are including our heritage, we are including the best of the East and the West, best of all the best things that are happening across the world. We are trying to bring it in the infrastructure side and the aviation. And definitely whatever comes up through this summit also, we are going to ensure that the standards which are being set up in the industry are being taken care of in the civil aviation side and especially in the airports manufacturing also. When we talk about sustainability, 90% of annual electricity requirement of our airports is met through renewable energy. This is obviously helping in the carbon reduction, and approximately 2.3 lakh ton of carbon CO2 is reduced from the emissions. And we are also improving energy efficiency by installing 5-star rated equipment at all our airports, and in a phased manner, we are also switching to electrical vehicles and creating EV charging infrastructure at all our airports. You would see a lot of ground handling, a lot of other vehicles being utilized in the airports, both towards the parking side and also the air side. So we are trying to convert all of them into electric vehicles because we believe that is the way we should address this sustainability problem in the future also. And complete electrical safety is ensured by adhering to the best practices. Like I've mentioned, we continuously upgrade our systems at the airports also, matching to the global standards and also keeping up to date on all the standards that are being followed across the world. And as of date, if you see, 75 airports which are handled by the Airports Authority of India are operating on 100% renewable energy, and our aim is to decarbonize all our airports by 2040. And Delhi Airport is India's first airport which is powered entirely by renewable energy, and Cochin Airport is also celebrated as the world's first airport to be fully solar powered. So think no less for India. We have all the best things happening in the country, and definitely this is all an inspiration for all of us to move forward in the best direction. So the future is undoubtedly electric. What we have to keep in mind is while we are doing this huge investment push in infrastructure, we have to ensure that the systems, the buildings, the standards that we are bringing into this infrastructure is properly, thoroughly thought through, and the safety aspect is not missed upon. And definitely this summit throws a very big light in all of this, and in the vision that we all have collectively here together. It is all aligned today, and I feel that this discussion is going to give us some strong outcomes which are to be collectively followed and which are very important for the industry altogether. And I once again extend my heartfelt appreciation to CNBC-TV18 and all my friends who are here today participating in this. This is a great conference discussing on a very important topic which is necessary at this point of time. And I would also like to congratulate the heroes who are sitting in front of me, who have dedicated their lives for the service, and especially in the times of those bravest moments, they have come forward and they have offered their support to the people. So personally, I would like to congratulate them. They are an inspiration to all of us. And I once again thank the CNBC-TV18 for taking up this initiative. And I've studied in the West. I know how the people there, and especially some of the countries, how they treat these kind of people, the fire safety people. They are considered to be national heroes also. They are supposed to be the inspiration for school children, the young people. And today as a country, we have to follow that moment, and we have to connect our younger generation to these real heroes, and we have to inspire them so that they not only grow forward in their own individual sense, but they grow forward in a national building sense where everyone contributes towards the nation. And with all this collective sense, I request each and every one of you that our collective goal is to see our country developed by 2047, which is Viksit Bharat. And to achieve that, to achieve a safe and secure Viksit Bharat, This conference leads us in a very good direction. I thank each and everyone who is participating in this, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to participate in this. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your invaluable insights, and I request you to stay back on stage to felicitate our fire safety heroes. And I would also like to invite on stage Nikhil Jaisinghani, Executive Director, Polycab. If he could please join, sir, on stage, sir. Well, electrical safety isn't just about technology and innovation. It's about the brave souls who stand between danger and safety, risking everything to protect us. These fearless fire safety heroes don't just fight flames, they battle uncertainty, adversity, and the elements ensuring that lives and communities remain secure. Tonight, we come together to honor their extraordinary courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to safeguarding others, well, heroes who embody the true spirit of selfless service. Please put your hands together for our first fire safety hero. Please welcome Rajesh Kumar Shukla. We are honored to felicitate Rajesh Kumar Shukla, Assistant Divisional Officer, Delhi Fire Service, for his exemplary service and dedication in responding to over 12,000 fire calls and playing a pivotal role in numerous major fire and rescue operations. Thank you. And now introducing our next fire safety hero, Subhash Chandar. We are honored to felicitate Subhash Chandar, Sub-Officer at Delhi Fire Service, whose distinguished career since 1991 with over 18,000 fire calls attended includes critical roles in high-profile incidents such as the Arpit Hotel fire, Rani Jhansi Road factory fire, and the rescue of 11 bodies at the Udyog Nagar factory fire. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our next fire safety hero, Dharamveer Singh, Fireman, Delhi Fire Service. A true guardian of life and property, whose 29 years of unwavering service, over 14,000 fire calls, and countless daring rescues stand as a testament to his bravery, dedication, and sacrifice. From school bus rescues to factory infernos, his courage has saved many. Awarded the Fire Service Medal for meritorious service, his journey is not just a profession, but a lifelong commitment to protecting others. We salute his extraordinary heroism. A big round of applause for the fire safety heroes. Thank you, Honorable Minister and Mr. Jaisinghani, for doing the honors. And I would request Mr. Jaisinghani to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Naidu. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Well, before we move forward, let's kick things off with a quick and exciting quiz. Are you ready for that? Well, a QR code will appear on the big screen. You just have to scan it with your phone to participate. There are 2 simple questions, and you have exactly 1 minute to submit your responses. Please stay sharp. We'll display the audience responses live on screen and reveal the correct answers right after the session, so stay tuned. Can we have the QR code, please? Can you all please scan it on your phones, and there'll be 2 questions, and you have 1 minute to answer that. Well, so the first question is, what percentage of workplace fatalities are caused by electrical issues? And your choices are A, less than 10%, B, between 20% and 30%, C, around 40%, or D, none of the above. And your second question is, how many people in the world still lack access to electricity? A, 100 billion, B, 1 billion, C, 675 million, or D, none of the above. Please put your answers. All the best. You have 1 minute, and your time has already started. Also, I just wanted to inform you that our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamiji, he won't be able to join us this evening for this event, unfortunately. He's not keeping well, so he won't be able to join us. Okay, I think we've got the answers. Now that we've put your knowledge to the test, let's shift gears to a topic that's critical to India's mobility revolution, electrical safety. As the nation accelerates towards a smarter, more connected future, safety remains the backbone of efficiency, reliability, and sustainability. Our next discussion delves into how industry leaders are embedding safety into transport, rail, and e-mobility solutions. Leading this insightful panel discussion is Parikshit Luthra from CNBC-TV18, and he'll be joined. Parikshit, can we have you on stage? A big round of applause for Parikshit Luthra from CNBC-TV18. And joining him on stage is our esteemed set of panelists. Please welcome Uday Narang, founder and chairman, Omega Siki. Mr. Uday Narang, sir, can we have you on stage? Okay, I believe he'll join us shortly. Please welcome our next panelist, Amit Bhatt, MD, International Council of Clean Transport. Please welcome Mr. Bikramjeet Kukreja, owner, We Consultant. Now please welcome Ranveer Singh, CEO and founder, 4C Advisors. And last but not the least, please welcome Anurag Agarwal, CEO, Global Exports and New Businesses, Polycab. Over to you, Parikshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Electric mobility is, of course, an aim that we're all working towards, especially 30% electrification by 2030. Clearly, India will get there, and we're already seeing very encouraging signs as far as electric three-wheelers are concerned, electric two-wheelers are concerned, and many believe in electric three-wheelers. Within a span of the next 2 years, we will possibly achieve almost 90% electrification. We're also seeing a lot of action in the electrical space. A lot of EV makers want to enter India, like Tesla, like VinFast. So this year is going to be very interesting. And from now till 2030, clearly customers will have a lot of choices when it comes to electric vehicles. But that also brings into question the issue of safety. When you think about electric vehicles, there have been cases of electric vehicle fires, fires related to charging, fires in cars, fires in scooters, fires in three-wheelers. So clearly, we will have to assure the customer the entire ecosystem is safe, is foolproof, and is there to back you at every situation. So with that, let me kick this off. I'd like to begin with Amit Bhatt. Amit, as we move speedily towards reaching our goal of electrification, 30% electrification by 2030, how are we doing when it comes to the ecosystem around electric vehicles?
No, actually, interesting question. So, first response is, why are we looking at electrification as a solution? And so if you look at whether it is the climate target that India has, or the public health target, or even the industrial competitiveness targets, because the automotive sector is transitioning so fast, we cannot be left behind. So we have to switch to electric. The question is what challenges it faces and how do you overcome them? So if you look at cities, if you look at any sustainable city, we have been always talking about it's an integration of transport and land use. But with the rise of electric vehicles, we are now adding a third dimension of energy. So cities have to integrate land use, they have to integrate transport, and they now have to integrate energy in this. And if you look at the whole system of planning cities, we have a very siloed approach. So someone does infrastructure planning, someone does land use planning, someone does energy planning. Going forward, we have to integrate. And what will be the process of this integration, who will take lead, who will bring these three entities together is going to be very important. I think that is something we have to look forward as we move forward into this transition journey.
Right. Let me get in Bikramjeet as well. Bikramjeet, when it comes to looking at international best practices, what can we imbibe and what do we still need to integrate into our rules, regulations, standards around electric mobility?
That's a very interesting question. Now, when we talk about safety, then the first thing that we have to talk about is risk assessment. If we do not know what risk we are entering into when we are entering into electrical mobility or EV chargers, or for that matter, any kind of electrical appliance, we would never be able to eventually find out solutions to what is going to happen. We have to preempt the things, and that is the international best practice. The first is you do a correct risk assessment as to what risk you are dealing with. Interestingly, like he said about energy integration, I will tell you a very interesting research which is happening these days is about two-way communication and distribution of electricity. So when we are talking about a garage with 1,000 cars with EV vehicles, then we are talking about those EV batteries powering up the grid at night and the grid powering them back in the morning. So just imagine the kind of risk that we are on a housing or on a commercial or any kind of a site that we are in. So the best practice first is do a correct risk assessment. The second is that you go in for the correct equipment selection once you've done that risk assessment. The next thing is that you must train your designers and operators to do the job correctly. And finally, it has to be maintenance and inspections.
Right. No, thank you so much, Bikramjeet, for those opening remarks. Uday, let me ask you from an OEM perspective, how much are you really investing in terms of improving the safety of your vehicles? Also, somehow explaining to your dealers, also customers, on how to maintain these vehicles, because one thing is to ensure safety at the factory, at the production end, and then at the level of the end user. Give us a sense of the kind of steps you're taking.
First of all, great to be here, and thank you, CNBC. And safety is, I think, the most important part, of this, as we go on this, this journey of green energy and sustainability. I think that, one life lost is too many. It could be your sister, it could be my brother, it could be anybody. And I think, we have to value life a lot more. And I think, in this journey of green energy sustainability, you did see, been in this journey now for about, close to 10 years, but really actively about 7 years. Amit Ji and a lot of the panelists have been with us in this journey a long time. Safety is, you saw a lot of fires, you saw, specifically in the two-wheeler sector earlier on, and that was because, that the batteries weren't safe or the vehicles weren't safe. I will tell you, the government, ARAI, ICAT, all the policies have made vehicles a lot more safer. I think for me at OSM, and I think not just me, but the entire ecosystem, safety of our vehicles is extremely important. I think, it shakes a fire, shakes, the confidence of people, and if we want green energy sustainability, which, we live in Delhi where, we see the AQI at 300, 400, 500, actually it's probably a lot higher from what I see from the Swiss monitors. So coming back to the question of safety at OSM is not, and you're very, very right, it's not just about, when you put the safety in the factory. What we see, and leave, India is not about tier 1 cities of Delhi, Bangalore. When you go to tier 2, 3, 4 cities, how are they charging it? I'll be honest with you, Bihar mein we saw those guys in the evening are pulling the wire and charging the, so I think, there has to be continuous training. You've got to spend time with the drivers. You've got to make sure that the people who are driving, and I'm working in the 2, 3, 4, in the commercial sector, those guys are not driving BMWs and Mercedes. They're actually, and majority of those people need to be educated. How is the charging to be done? Where is the proper place to charge? How do you use the chargers? In the rainy season, they're putting the charge on the floor. There's water. I mean, how do you make sure you look after the vehicle? What do you need to do about the maintenance? The other problem is, as the vehicle leaves the factories, in the ice, on a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler commercial, every, kilometer or two, you have a person that knows how to fix them. But the EV, I mean, if you go to Jharkhand or you go to rural Tamil Nadu or you go to, rural UP, Eastern UP, you don't have enough engineers who know how to fix this. And so if they change a harness, they change the BMS, I mean, it can really, really mess up and can catch fire because you're dealing with a different product. So I think, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. You've got to continually work, towards educating, making sure that our dealerships are having service centers. Those service centers are not just for service. They're also for making sure that they're training, they're giving BTL activities on the ground, continuous move. Listen, अगर इस देश को अपने क्लीन करना है, मोदी जी अकेले क्लीन नहीं करेंगे, हमें सबको इस जर्नी में चलना पड़ेगा. And I think, safety is one of the most important. New technologies are extremely important, but what's more important is they are safe. I will say the continuous effort of, the new policies and the new, under FAME 1, FAME 2, and PLI schemes, and all of the policies that have come. I think we've got a very stringent policy. The number of fires, the safety has got a lot better. And I think, again, on the ice, we've had 40, 50 years. EV's been only around for 7, 8. And I know we want to build a Rome here every day. It takes time to build Rome. So I think safety, quality, and longevity. And what's the best thing? All the big boys and girls have come to the party in EV, and they've accepted that this is needed. And I think we all owe a responsibility to this country. I mean, it doesn't matter about building the third largest economy in the world or the third largest equities market in the world. We've got to build the third cleanest country. And I hope with safety and better products, we'll get there.
Absolutely. And, our electric vehicle ecosystem will never be complete unless we have a robust charging system. The reason why you've got ICE popularity, CNG popularity is because of the availability of this fuel everywhere you go. Every 1 or 2 kilometers you have a fuel station, and we'd like to have that kind of same penetration of EV charging stations. And right now your charging station, average charging station, takes about 50 minutes, a fast charger, to charge your car or motorcycle fully. You'd probably need to do it much faster with superchargers as well, and that brings the issue of safety. Randir, you've got a tremendous experience working with electric vehicles. Today you have an EV startup of your own. You worked with Niti Aayog, you've worked with the likes of Mercedes. Give us a sense of when it comes to having high-speed chargers in the country, what kind of safety infrastructure do we need? And do our current laws, our schemes, such as the PM EV Drive scheme, do they actually envisage those safety mechanisms that we need to have?
Thanks, Parikshit, and very pertinent question. The reason is, so I'll just take a quick sidestep and take you to 2018, when government started forming the guidelines and the BIS standards for the charging infra. In 2018, only one general requirements was released. So 17 or 17 series is the one which deals with the charging infra and its guidelines. But 2020 to 2023, now we have more than 13 standards, all related to the charging infrastructure, AC, DC, connector, the earthing, everything is covered. And overall, the series is going to be for the 30 standards are going to come out. And rest other standards currently in discussion. So that is the level of focus by which the safety as far as the charging infra is concerned is being looked at the government level, also from the industry side. Most of the standards are being projected by the industry that now we want to come out with this connector, now we want to come out with this type of charging facilities. Now, second question comes about the safety part. In addition to whatever safety guidelines are there in these standards, there are certain requirements which has to be added at the ground level. So just before this discussion, we were talking that now with the proliferation of the EVs, the fast chargers are going to be in the residential societies, nearby residential places. And when 60 kilowatt, 120 kilowatt flowing through those chargers, the cables and everything, the type of safety requirement is going to be humongous. Hazard is going to be humongous. There will be the child will be playing around, several functions will be happening around. Nobody bothers about the as simple as the earthing pit, whether it has to be follow IS standard or not. So those type of requirements has to be now mandated when it comes to those places. The inspections has to happen. Of course, and CEA does the inspections for the electrical installations at the grid level also. Having said that, when it comes to the consumer facing, those type of safety requirements needs to be, implemented. That is one thing which for sure needs to be done, and still the standard for that has not come out. The second part is about the swapping network. We see the swapping and the charging network both, the swapping stations as well as the charging stations. So there's a difference between the charging points, charging stations, and the swapping points. The guidelines around the charging station and the swapping stations, those are also right now missing. We don't have the safety requirements for the docking stations. We have the safety requirements for the batteries. A lot of fires happened during 2020, and most of the fires in the EVs were during the discharging stage. This happens when you have the the motor which is of higher capacity compared to the battery, right? So it is withdrawing the power at a faster rate than what the battery can withstand, and it finally results in the thermal runaway. Having said that, there has to be a proper mechanism which should isolate the problem causing cell, which wasn't there earlier. So that's why AIS 156 that now deals with that. 038 revision 2 that also deals with it. We also have the 732 from the CEA that also deals with the electrical installations. So I think from the regulatory perspective, proper mechanisms are there. Only few upcoming things has to be dealt with now.
All right, great points. Anurag, if I could ask you from a OEM perspective, from a company that is into smart cabling, what is the opportunity for the industry that you see here? Clearly, if we want our EVs to be popular, we can't even wait. Right now, if you park a car or scooter at home, you charge it overnight in about 6 to 8 hours. If you want to do it fast, the fastest it can be is 50 minutes. We'll have to have it even faster. But what kind of cabling requirement, safety requirement will this have for the industry? Have you been able to quantify the opportunity over the next 5 to 6 years?
See, the biggest opportunity lies in EVs is that EVs take more than 3 times cables than IC engines. So that itself is a huge opportunity on the table for the manufacturers like us, because by 2030 we are envisaging a huge chunk of EVs coming on the roads. But having said that, the challenge that we manufacturers are facing is that the requirement of these cables results in huge harnesses in the electrical vehicle segments, with extra high current requirement running through very thin walled cables which are required. So challenge for us is to develop the polymers which can sustain those high temperatures. The wide range of operating temperatures from negative to high temperatures have to be developed. So that is the biggest challenge that we are seeing into, which we are looking into. Our R&D team is working on all those aspects. Regulations are there from the product side, but again, as our colleague said, that the challenges are on the installation side. We need to have people know how they have to install, how they have to utilize. So those challenges will remain. So we have to work together very strongly to create awareness on that side. We as manufacturers will develop products. Products will come in the market, but those products have to be served by some agencies. Some people have to deliver it, some people have to connect it, some people have to maintain it. So those people are not regulated. That is the biggest challenge I see on the safety perspective for the country, which we all need to regulate. We have to find regulations around it. We have to see mandates around it that only certified people can work, only trained people can work, and we as large organizations have to work on creating awareness of promotional events. We should continue to carry upon so that the learnings are imparted all across.
Right. Could you give us a sense that in terms of policy making, you're supplying cables to electric vehicle makers, charging station operators, not just in India but abroad as well. When it comes to comparing how the standards are in India with, for example, US, Europe, China, how far are we and how much emphasis do these countries put on safety, infrastructure safety? Because you're very right. When you speak about an electric vehicle or a charging infrastructure, you've got a battery management system, which is like the motherboard of a vehicle, then cabling is around it. The entire mix has to be absolutely right. So the importance of cabling is very, very crucial. So give us a sense of the standards that we have in some of the developed nations and how India compares to it right now.
See, we are catching up quite fast. I don't say that we are lagging behind. In terms of standardization, I believe BIS has taken a strong step. I've never seen in my 30 years career that BIS has come up so quickly on the EV standard. This is something amazing. So we must compliment them. Having said that, even Western countries are evolving with new standards every day. Every high charging points are high charging type of infrastructure is coming up. So they are also making new standards, which we will soon adopt. I believe there is no challenge on that side.
Right. No, good to know. Another question that I would like to ask, and I'll put this to Amit. Amit, what can the government and industry do together if we want to make sure that we're both on the same page in terms of standardization, in terms of electric vehicle safety? What can we do so as to make sure that the industry is not saying that these regulations are too far ahead for us or are too ambitious or will require too much of investment that cannot be done overnight? How do we make sure that we take these steps together?
No, I think there are two parts to this puzzle. So one, purely from the demand side, right? If you look at, so the biggest impediment for a personal electric vehicle owner is charging. I mean, you can't expect someone to do 50 minutes every day to charge. But the big opportunity is that, like unlike petrol or CNG, where you have to go to the petrol pump or CNG pump, in EV you can charge the vehicle at home. But a lot of RWAs, especially group housing societies, don't allow charging at parking locations. And I'm not talking high capacity charging, because slow AC charging. Because there's a perception that what if the vehicle catches fire? If you look at data, ICE vehicles catch more fire than electric vehicles. So that's not. So ICE is more dangerous than electric. So that's not the point. The point is, how do you address this? So one way to do is have some kind of guidelines on how do you create safe charging facility. So, for example, Norway, which is now the leading capital, 90% plus car registration are electric, they have a policy called right to charge, which means if you have an electric vehicle, no one can refuse you to set up charging infrastructure. Discom, RW, no one. And they have created set of SOPs on what needs to be done. So for what wire you take, what the signal. So they are very little kind. So that's one. The second bit is, how do we also create demand that there will be electric vehicles going forward? Because OEMs are also slightly puzzled. Will there be hydrogen? Will there be ethanol? So there's a lot of multi-fuel pathway. And one policy that we have seen works very well is supply side regulation. So can we create some kind of mandates for OEMs to sell a certain portion of fleet as electric? Because what it does, it changes the market. Right now, the market is a buyer's market. If you want electric, you are a buyer, you have to negotiate a price, you have to get. But then it becomes seller's market because OEMs will have to sell a certain portion of fleet as electric. And they will come up with all kinds of facilities like charging infrastructure, ICE. So I think we have to also look at supply side regulation to create a demand going forward.
Right. Uday, my question to you would be about skilling. When we speak about China being the leader in manufacturing electric vehicles, one of the reasons why that happens is because, and I think this is what Tim Cook also told many people in his team, that, you know, the reason why we're investing in China or China has that opportunity is not because it's low cost, it's because they can do things at scale, and they have a very high amount of skilled, talented people that you need for such high technologies. How do we make sure that we have the right talent pool? We're talking a lot about electric safety. There are so many aspects to it. What kind of workforce do we need to have for an EV-ready ecosystem?
You're absolutely right. I think one of the biggest problems, all OEMs, and it's not just OEMs, I would say, in battery tech, in powertrain tech, motor tech, is having the right skilled people. I think a lot of the young kids coming out of these universities are, still very much, bookish. They have little practical experience. I think this is something we're all facing. And then what ends up happening, and this is a real-time situation with skilling. I mean, China is far, far ahead in terms of technology also, than India right now, and in EV and hydrogen tech. Honestly, they're even ahead of the US. Let's be acceptable. And whatever the reasons are, not just skills, but the government ecosystem, they've set up an ecosystem, they've set up clusters, and there's scale. Everything comes with scale. We were sitting outside and we're talking about, at the end of the day, you're going to get scale, then only are you going to make money. And you're only going to make money if you get scale. So it's that chicken and egg. Sorry for any of the vegetarians here. But that story is always there. So I think coming back to skilling, and I keep coming back to this, Modi ji can't clean this country. We've got to clean it together. So I think it has to be a public-private partnership. We've got to get down to the universities. We've got to make sure, and it doesn't have to be IIT. I don't think, anybody who just goes to Harvard only makes success. I think, in India we've got this, there's only the IIT PhDs can make success. There's beautiful, if you look at our space agency, very few people come from IIT, and they're sending rockets up there at 1/100th the cost of NASA. So I think public-private partnerships, at least for us, we want to reach out to all the universities and see if part of the curriculum is not just at the universities, but also working at, real time at our factories, working with our R&D, working in production, working in, multiple areas of the organization. And I think we've got to give, also one of the things is, we've got to give these young kids a chance. Failure is part of learning up. I think in our country, failure is looked at negative. I think failure, if you have kids, they fall down, they learn from that. So I think at OSM, and I think it's not, and I just don't want to talk about OSM, I want to talk about the whole ecosystem. I think, we've all got to build a village. And how do we build a village? We build a village where we've got all these young kids. We've got one of the youngest population in this country. We give them an opportunity. We give them a canvas to build, electrical engineering. We find such a difficulty in finding really good electronics, electrical. I'm sure, at Polycab, at many, we all face this, right? So I think, we are finding, and I think that what needs to be done, the curriculum needs to include not just, just study this thing, ratta maar ke aa jao, and then just finish it up. I think that's still going on a lot. I do think that we've got to really, really start working in this space We've got to encourage students. We've got to give scholarships. We've got, there has to be, and this cannot only be done by the government. I think we all, if we want, I keep saying this, if we want a cleaner, greener India, which I'll tell you is the need of the hour. There's no discussion on that, right? We can build beautiful homes for ourselves and we can have, all these cars. But if we don't have clean air or water, we've got, and in this city, we've got one of the biggest issues. Coming back to it, bringing down students, making sure we use young men and women. Let's not forget the women. 48% of our population is Nari Shakti, right? We've got to make sure that as corporates, as organizations, work together in building the village. Then only can we do this. And I think this continuous work, I will tell you, I find young kids come today, they have aspirations. I don't want anybody to go get a job. I want them to become entrepreneurs. If they want to become entrepreneurs, get some skills from, from OEMs, from bigger companies, and build companies. I don't want Sundar Pichai's or the Satya Nadellas to go to America. They should build it right here. We've got a country that has that opportunity. Right. So I think it has to be, at OSM and many of our partners, we're all looking to build, on the skills part. Electronics, electrical is a big, real-time experience is a serious issue. I think we've got to find more of those. And I'll also say, not just up here, we've got service engineers that need to know, because at the end of the day, these vehicles, you hit something very, very close to my heart. Some of the new startups have come and put volume in the market, but there's no service. Why is there no service? Because that man or woman in rural India has no clue how to, we talk about technology and we talk about a vehicle doing all kinds of dance, but when it goes down on the road, service hi nahi ho rahi. And if service nahi ho rahi, then the people are going to say electric vehicle kharab hai, right? Yeah. And that is a mentality that is coming to the system. We've got to make a change, because electric, as my good friend, and I respect him, we've known him for a long time, electrical vehicle की safety ICE vehicle से ज़्यादा है. But अगर मैं इस सभा में पूछूंगा तो सब बोलेंगे कि electrical vehicle में तो आग लगती है. And I think that is something that needs to change.
I think one of the biggest reasons for that is also lack of awareness. It's just that ICE is a technology we've been using for 70, 75 years. It's tried and tested. You don't think twice before buying an ICE vehicle, but you will do a lot of checks and balances before buying an EV. And probably EV will only be your second or third vehicle right now. For some people, of course, it's becoming the first. But Bikram, what I would like to ask you, ki ye mindset kaise badle? Before we started this panel, we were talking to Amit, and Amit was also saying that, there are so many RWAs which are reluctant to allow you to put charging points. Every company, you buy a car from a EV maker, and the EV maker can come home and deploy a charger, a home charger in your parking slot. But many RWAs do not allow that to happen because they feel aag lag jayegi. So how does one assure them? How does one change the mindset in the long run?
The first thing that comes to my mind when I answer this question is that we have to think about what is being designed as of now. We will come to the fact that there are a lot of housing which is already made, but what is being designed right now by us, we are giving it as a USP to the people that every resident will have a safe charging point. So once it becomes a USP, then suddenly people start cherishing it. It's an asset. So unless and until it becomes an asset for you, you will never sort of not believe in it. So a simple thing like a sewage treatment plant, which used to be a liability earlier, is now an asset. And people want to use it, people use it. So what we have tried to do is that one is automated continuous monitoring of all the charges that we are giving on. So that is one thing to ensure the mental safety setup of every resident, that they are safe with 5,000 kilowatts of charging equipment in their parking garages. Now that data, because data is gold, data is oil, so that data actually gives us an opportunity to keep on getting better, keep on delivering safer and equipment which everybody in the housing sector or any other sector for that matter. You go to a shopping mall, you go to an airport, you go to a railway station, you've got thousands of kilowatts of these kind of equipment which are there, and we are managing the infrastructure for them. So everywhere, unless and until the people see that it is safe, unless and until the people see that it is an asset for them, they will never go on to use it with the mindset that we would love them to. So to me, the important thing is that we need to make it visibly safe. It is not about a fire or not. So I am an electromechanical engineer. So what we did was that as a study, when everybody started using so much water, we used to meter the water and tell them that this is what you're going to do, and this is what you're going to be left with. So unless and until it is a visible safety, a visible aspect which people see and appreciate, they will not switch over to the EVs. There will be a second or the third vehicle. It will be like some kind of an environment guardian that I am buying at least one of my cars as an electrical vehicle. So to me, it has to be visibly safe environment that we need to create to make that.
All right. Randhir, my final question to you as we sum up. Give us your thoughts on what are some of the emerging technologies and developments we'll have to watch out for over the next 5 to 6 years when it comes to safety, the safety aspect of electric vehicles.
So now as we are moving to the faster and the faster charging, opportunity charging is the one which you will see soon in our country also. In addition to this, we already have this 15 minutes charging, but now people want to go to surge charging, wherein the 10 minutes charging happens. In those cases, we need to see, the solid state breakers, those things are coming up. One thing which I like which he pointed out, that we can make products, right? The safer and the safer, but the right usage of the product. That means this wire has to go here. Nothing else can go. So we call it poka-yoke. That means if something else is being put at that place, this will not work. So this is something which can be ensured through the IoT, wherein the continuous current, voltage, discharge, charge, current condition, whether it's working or not working, is something which has to be implemented across. Currently it is there, but not across. So you will, once you reach around 40% of the chargers, public chargers, are not in working condition. And you will realize only once you go there. There might be a very simple problem. The person just before you, he might have just thrown the gun. He will not even take the pain to put the gun back. And very simple mechanism that your billing will not stop until you put it back. That is, if somebody implements that, one of the person has implemented it. If somebody implements that, this person will do it. As soon as he remove, he will immediately do it. But you will, it's a very, very simple mechanism. But only thing is you need to have your devices enabled. It's not only the monitoring, it's also the control. So there are two aspects. One is monitoring, one is control. So monitoring everybody is doing. But how many are doing the controlling? On the basis of the data available to you. He rightly pointed out, the more and more data we have, the more safety measures we can implement. But in this case, you have to actually act dynamically. It has to be in real time. You reach at one place and it's like, the charger is not working. Go to another place, the charger is not working. In one case, the gun is not at its place. In another case, the power connection to the charging infra is not there, but it is showing on your app. All these are the real use cases which I am telling you. Having said that, by implementing the IoT-enabled devices for control as well as the monitoring both, and the data should be available in the public domain. This is what the UK has done. The data is available in the public domain. You can always go and check what type of charging is happening, which battery is performing, how many times the cycle life, how many times it is getting charged, what is the cycle life. So that is a democracy in terms of the availability of the charging data. And these are the things which we definitely need to implement. And one thing which I know from my experience and the working in the NITI is, there are steps which are being taken towards this for sure.
All right, great to hear that. With that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. A big round of applause for our panelists for those excellent views, very sharp views. This is definitely a masterclass that we need to remember when it comes to electrical safety and safety of our electric vehicles in the country. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Parikshit, and our esteemed panelists for such an engaging session. I now invite Sumit Jha, SVP Sales Polycab, to please come on stage to felicitate our panelists. A big round of applause for all the panelists, please. I would request the panelists to please stay back on stage. We're doing a token of appreciation. Can we keep the applause going for the esteemed panelists? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, earlier we asked you two important questions, and now it's time to see how everybody responded, and also let's reveal the correct answers. Well, the first question was, what percentage of workplace fatalities are caused by electrical issues? And the audience responses are on screen. So yeah, I can see that most of you have answered correctly. So yes, the correct answer is around 40%. So yes, a big round of applause for yourselves, please. Electrical hazards remained a major safety concern, highlighting the importance of proper precautions and awareness in workplaces. And moving on to question 2, how many people in the world still lack access to electricity? The correct answer is 675 million. I see not all of you, yeah, I think not everybody is correct. But despite advancements, a significant portion of the global population still lives without reliable electricity, emphasizing the need for continued progress in energy access. Thank you all for participating, and we hope that these insights gave you something to think about. And now it's time for another quiz, so please keep your phones ready, and we're going to display the QR code on the screen. So please scan the QR code and you will get your set of questions on your phone screen. Well, the first question is, okay, that's the, I think, do we have the right? Okay, so the first question is, what is the standard voltage supply in most Indian households? A 110 volt, B 230 volt, C 440 volt, D 12 volt. I'm just checking that you have the right questions, which, yeah, okay. And your question number 2 is, what is the correct code for the live wire in India? Is it A black, B blue, C red, or D green? Remember, you have 1 minute to submit your responses. Please stay sharp. We'll display the audience responses live on screen and reveal the correct answers right after this panel discussion. So please stay tuned. Moving on, our next panel will delve into a critical aspect of infrastructure, ensuring electrical safety in railways and modern transit systems. As urban mobility expands and railway networks become more advanced, maintaining robust electrical safety standards is essential to prevent hazards, ensure operational efficiency, and enhance passenger safety. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from our experts on the best practices, innovations, and policies shaping the future of electrical safety in transit. To moderate this session, I would like to call Parikshit back on stage. Parikshit, can we have you back on stage? And joining him is the esteemed set of panelists. Please welcome our first panelist, Mangal Dev, Head Hitachi Rail India and South Asia, Green Energy Mobility and Director Hitachi India. A big round of applause for Mangal Dev. Our second panelist is Vinod Kumar Yadav, Director Transport, NCC, and former Chairman and CEO, Railway Board. Please welcome our third panelist, Anurag Agarwal, CEO, Global Exports and New Businesses, Polycab. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Srinivas Agrawal, Executive Director, Electrical, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Parikshit, over to you again.
Thank you once again for joining us in the audience. And now we're moving from electric mobility in the passenger and the commercial vehicle segment to railways. Now, the issue of safety in railways and modern transit systems has been spoken about year after year. And we were just speaking off stage, and we were speaking about the number of railway accidents which make headlines, unfortunately, year after year. And railways are often very criticized. But we'd like to ask Mr. Vinod Yadav, who's been the former chairman of the Railway Board, a bit of context to understand what railways have actually been doing for railway safety. Mr. Yadav, how do you describe and sum up what the railways has been doing over the last few years? There is often a lot of criticism as to not enough being done to ensure railway safety because of the kind of accidents we've seen over the years. But probably you'd be in the best position to put it in context.
Thank you so much, Parikshit. Good evening to everyone. So very briefly, I'll give you an overview that what are the challenges before railway and how railway is trying to address that issue. The biggest challenge before railway is that over a period of time, we could not develop the infrastructure the way it could have been developed due to so many reasons. And just to give you perspective, our main routes, which is Golden Diagonal and Golden Quadrilateral, it is saturated by more than 140%. These tracks were designed for running 100 trains, and we are already running 140 trains. So due to all these infrastructure constraints, the maintenance issues and so many issues were involved. That is the biggest challenge. Now, 2014 onward, really the investment started taking place, and Railway has come out with National Rail Plan 2030, where everything has been defined, and by 2030, Railway has to develop an infrastructure in such a way that there is no gap between demand and capacity. Because right now, our capacity is lagging the demand. By 2030, Railway is trying to do that. And you might have noticed that last 4 or 5 years, the investment in railway system has gone manifold. Last year, it was 2,50,000 crore. Now I'll come to the safety issues. Railway runs around 20,000 trains per day. Around 9,000 freight trains, 11,000 passenger trains, including Calcutta Metro and Mumbai Metro. And I just want to say that, the accident, number of incidences per million train, that is the index by which we measure it. 1960, it was 5.5. 2014, it
came down to 0.10. And as of now, it is 0.03. So if you see over a period of time, safety standards have improved. But issue is that we want and everybody wants that there should be no accident. There should be a zero accident. And towards that, lot of efforts have been made. So as a layman, I just want to say that, even if we compare, if you see the data of European railway and other railways, and if you see this index, it is quite less than even European standards. So the point which I want to make, that yes, whatever accidents are taking place, that should not take place. But if you see the index and compare with the global standards, it is at par with that. So that is about the accident. Now I'll briefly talk about the electrification and all. As I mentioned, a lot of work is being done for infrastructure development, and we are aiming that by 2030, our capacity should meet the demand. And 2017, Railway took a decision that our 100% railway network will be electrified. And as Minister mentioned, 98% railway network has already been electrified, and 2% will be electrified in this financial year. Indian Railway will be the first railway in the world to have 100% railway electrification. Now, our power consumption requirement as on today, around 5,600 megawatt, which was basically 39 billion units was there. And 2030, our projection is around 72 billion unit, and power requirement is around 10,000 megawatt. And I just want to mention, you might have heard it, Prime Minister announced 3 years back, by 2030, the entire power requirement of Indian Railway is to be met from the solar panel. And Indian Railway basically identified around 53,000 hectare land alongside the track, and the work for the solar panel is going on. So that is another very important milestone which railway will achieve. Now coming back to safety, electrical safety. The electrical wire which runs over the track, it carries 25,000 volt, 25 kilovolt. Now the way we are developing our infrastructure and we want to double our freight, now the freight is 1,600 million ton in a year. We want to take it to 3,000 million ton in next 3 to 4 years. Now all the congested routes we have already started converting into 2 into 25 kV, so that we will be able to run more trains. 2 into 25 means feeder wires will be having 50,000 volt. And therefore, safety standards has to be of the highest standard. And I'm very happy to say that, as far as electrical safety standards are concerned, Railway has been following up the best global practices. And last 4 or 5 years, I have never heard about any major electrical issues, electrical accidents. Railway is using predictive maintenance. Railway is using IoT to monitor various assets. Railway is using AI. Railway is analyzing data. So all these best global practices are being used by Railway to maintain the highest level of electrical safety.
Okay, thank you so much for those remarks, sir, and very good to hear all the initiatives that the Indian Railways are taking. Let me also get a view from the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, and we have the Executive Director, Electrical at DMRC, Mr. Srinivas Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, we've heard the former chairman of the Railway Board also speaking. When it comes to electrical safety in the Delhi Metro, give us a sense of how much attention, how much time is being given for reviews to increase the levels of electrical safety year after year, and how much are you investing in actually training the workforce to be ready for the challenges that could be posed in the next few years?
Thank you, Burshid. This is a very good question for the electrical safety aspect point of view. Delhi Metro basically is having roughly 400 kilometers of running tracks in Delhi Metro, and Delhi Metro carry roughly 6.5 million daily passenger. So under this pressure, and we are getting only the 4 hours for the maintenance of the system. And we are dealing the 220 volt, 132 volt, and 66 kV volt, and 25 kV volt, and 33 kV volt. So all the high voltage system we are dealing, and similarly we are also dealing with the 415 volt for the running the station services, auxiliary services. To maintain all these services is very much required to maintain all the safety aspect also. So how to maintain the safety aspect also and to maintain the system also. So what we did, we have basically having the provision to give the system training to our all the maintainer. Along with the system training, that we are also giving them the basically competency certificate also. The competency certificate will be given to them. So we will talk about the basically information about the equipment, what the function of the equipment, what is the importance of the equipment, and after that we will take the exam, and after their passing of the exam we will issue the competency certificate to them. So the competent person will be allowed to execute the maintenance work under him supervision. Only the maintenance work will be carried out. In addition to this, we will also having the simulator based training system also in our metro setup. So based on that, we will also explain to them how to do the maintenance of the any equipment. After that, we have the visual display. So we have in-house our safety circular, safety guidelines, special maintenance instruction, special operating procedure, and working order. So under the different these circulars will basically having the provision how to do the maintenance of the one equipment. If you want to do the maintenance in certain area, then what the procedure has to be followed, what the safety has to be followed. So this is the basically principle we are following in Delhi Metro operations. And second thing, that we will also give them the training for the working at height, because the Delhi Metro, the OHE at the almost 15-meter height from the ground level. So working at height is also important factor to give them training, because somebody may have the phobia to work at height. So we will also give them the training for the working at height also. And how, and the senior basically all the supervise, all this training, how to ensure that the work has been executed as per this, all the safety standards, all the safety guidelines, all these. So what we did, we will take the quarterly assessment, quarterly assurance letter from all the safety staff, that they have gone through all the safety circular, safety guidelines, instruction, operation, basically instructions. All these we will take them confidence that you have read each and everything, and how to ensure that whether this work has been carried out as per these instructions or not. What we did, suppose if any maintenance activity to be carried out in Delhi Metro network, first of all, they will take the power block. So the power block procedure is in place, already available in the system. So they will take the power block from the traction power controller, which is sitting at OCC, control center. And the competent supervisor will take the power block and they will exchange the private number. So based on that power block, the work will be allowed to execute at the site. After that, the toolbox briefing will also be given, risk assessment will also be given, that this is the risk involved in this work, so you have to follow the risk in this work. And after that, they will basically put the discharge rod to basically isolate the faulty section from the other section, so that any accident should not occur. And after completing the work, again the same procedure will follow. They will surrender this power block to the TPC, and the TPC will charge, and they will again share the private exchange number. So after all these systems are recorded system. To make the preventive maintenance, we have in-house developed IDMS system, that is integrated data management system. Under this data management system, we have put all the maintenance schedule, preventive maintenance schedule in that system. This is basically in-house app. Under this app, what will happen, if any equipment is due for the preventive maintenance, that alarm will goes to the concerned supervisor. If the maintenance not done by them, then it will highlight to the next higher officer, until unless it will completed by them. So this is basically we are following the standard practice. And we have the senior officers also visiting the maintenance also, whether the maintenance is being carried out by the supervisor as per the operating instruction or safety procedure or not.
Right.
So these are the system we are following in the Delhi Metro.
Very good to hear that, sir. In just about 2 to 3 minutes, you've explained us what it takes to ensure the safety of the Delhi Metro on a daily basis. I'll also get a word from Hitachi here, Mr. Mangaldev from Hitachi. Mr. Mangaldev, could you give us a sense of the kind of solutions that you're bringing to the Indian Railways, to the DMRC, some of the challenges that you foresee over the next few years that Hitachi will try to address?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share with you what Hitachi does, overall. So we are present in green energy mobility sector. We are present in connective industries and also largely in the digital solutions, whether it is IoT, AI, ML. But we are very proud that, we partner with Indian Railways and extension of Indian Railways like DFCCIL and almost all metros in the country. And so we provide a complete end-to-end solution other than the civil side. And we make sure that we follow the best practices, that are required to be followed as per the projects or the contracts, but we go beyond that, and we have a global philosophy, and especially originating from Japan, where you can see the safety levels are like inborn, in every activity that they do and in every phase of life, in every sphere of their involvement, safety is the highest. So whether it is occupational safety, whether the safety in the factories, or whether safety when we execute projects, or when we participate in different activities of operation and maintenance, safety takes the highest position. And we say that safety is cannot be compromised at any cost, and comes next after safety, much down below is the delivery, the time to take to deliver a project. So we make sure that safety takes that kind of priority, and then the delivery, and then cost comes at the end. I mean, that is the least area of our worry. And if our customers are happy, if the people who are going to use these commuter system or the passenger system, they are happy, I think we are very happy. And that is the motto of Hitachi. And we do this kind of a corporate function which runs down to different businesses, to different countries, to different projects, and it's monitored on a regular basis, on a daily basis, and any kind of lost time because of any accident, or we make sure that there is a zero accident and zero loss of life, zero fatality. So these are some kind of, we take a lot of pride in that. Now, in India, we are, as I said, we are partnering with Indian Railways. So almost 1,200 stations of Indian Railways are equipped with the electronic interlocking coming from Hitachi. That makes sure it's a huge set of equipment that controls all the routes, and this comes with the safety SIL 4 as per the Senelec standard. So as far as we are concerned, we make sure that we use the best and the topmost safety products and safety solutions, and the way we put them on the ground, whether in terms of installation or if we are responsible for its operation maintenance, we make sure we have those kind of standard operating procedures to ensure that. Then on DFCCIL, we are very proud that we commissioned the first project between Rewari and Makarpura, which is almost 950 route kilometers, which is 31 station with a operational control center at Ahmedabad. And this again uses Japanese technology and Japanese products, whether it is interlocking or axle counters or point machines, which are very, very important, or the LED signals, and the complete power supply that we build in-house in Hitachi for powering all these equipment. And obviously, we need large number of cables, and we fully dependent on, renowned company like Polycab, who supply us the best of the cables, which are efficient and inbuilt safety for us. And We also manage the complete train control management system. So we make sure that not only we deliver the world-class products and technologies, but topmost in safety.
All right.
In addition to that, I must say that we are also involved in manufacturing and design manufacturing and commissioning of trains, metro trains in Mumbai. So line 2A, 2B and 7, we do this in partnership with BML. And we are very happy that, we got, very high regard from our customers like Delhi Metro, who is managing this project. Just to name Mr. Om Hari Pandey, he doesn't stop in praising Hitachi that, you have delivered the project ahead of time and with the best of energy efficiencies and safety. So not only DMRC, but also BML, which is our partner, as well as MMRDA. So these are some of the things that we are involved, and this is what we do in India.
Very good to hear, sir. Heartening to know. Let me also get a version from Polycab. Mr. Agarwal is here. Mr. Agarwal, when it comes to modern transit networks, what role does smart cabling really play? And I'd like to ask you a similar question. Over the next 4 to 5 years, which are some of the areas where you would be making the greatest investments to ensure safety of the railway system and modern transit networks?
See, I have heard that by 2030 we have ample of railway space. So that itself is a big boost for us to go investment for the railway sectors. Now for safety side, if you see, if you talk about the new products, new range, which can bring out safety and which will bring comfort to all of us, I believe sensorized cables is something that we are looking for. I believe the norm should be established where stalwarts like DMRC and Hitachi should come forward and ensure that only sensorized cables are used. So we don't need to wait for maintenance. You have always predictive maintenance available for you. So these are our thoughts that we are fully geared up. The challenge what manufacturers like us from India face is that most of the people like DMRC also will ask for an experience. Now if we are developing a new cable, which is an import substitute, how will we get the experience? If you guys give us chance, then only we get experience. So that is the biggest challenge that as a manufacturer we have on this side. We will invest, we are ready to invest, we are ready to put technology, we are ready to put world's best, whatever available infrastructure that we can have. But we need to be given chance.
Right. But so just a follow-up question, Mr. Anurag, when you speak about electric cabling and its use in railway and DMRC, how much is imported right now and how much is procured domestically?
See, on the power side, if you say, power side is all domestic. When you talk of control side, there are a lot of cables which are still imported. On the control side,
how would you quantify the imported content in terms of...
On the control side, I believe 80% is imported. And more on
what would be the total cost?
Cost must be around 5,000 crore rupees.
Annually?
I can tell the cost. The length of the underground, basically the control power cable, what we are using in the underground station, the cost is approximately 6 crore per station. Out of the 45 crore of the E&M works of underground stations. So this is the huge quantities are being used at underground stations. And we are using the only cable from Polycab.
Only Polycab. Okay. But still you're saying there is a big opportunity in import substitution.
So that's what I'm saying, that power side, we are fully geared up. Power side, there's no challenge.
It's the control side.
On the specialty side, like high temperature cables, low wall thickness cables, rolling stocks. Rolling stocks we have come up now, but it took us a lot of time because experience was something was asked by all the users.
Right.
So, but still rolling stock, there are further new cables that we can develop. So the opportunities are there.
But would there have to be some government interventions? I'll ask Mr. Mangaldev the same thing. Do you think the government should look at that area? Because as there's a big import substitution opportunity.
So first of all, I think cables are required everywhere, whether you're doing underground, overground, whether you're doing signaling or electrification or rolling stock, telecommunication. I think cables is something which actually is largest in terms of quantity. And So therefore, the specialization in making the cables more and more lightweight, energy efficient and safe, I think that is where the innovation should happen.
Right.
Now, in terms of import, so, if the volumes are not so heavy, not so, scalability, scale is also very important. But now you can see that, so many metros are coming up, and Indian Railways is also, adding more and more network, these capacities saturated. So I think there is enough quantity for anybody to set up such kind of...
I will interrupt. So we have a specialized, dedicated plant for special cables. Just for special cables for railways, aviation, all those stuff.
So I think we are, as far as Hitachi is concerned, we are looking for, we not only look at our factories, where we do our in-house, largely we depend on our ecosystem partners.
Correct.
And we like them to innovate together with us from very beginning, so that we can onboard them upfront and take them wherever we go. So from India now, not only we're going to serve the Indian customers, but also feed our factories or projects globally. And therefore, there's an equal space. Reverse, business is going to happen. So we are not talking about import substitution, we are talking about export from India.
All right. So, Mr. Yadav, coming back to you, you've given us a sense of the huge opportunity that the railways will provide to the private and the public sector. Now, we're talking about railways plans to lay 100,000 kilometers of new railway tracks over the next 20 years, extend Kavach to cover 44,000 kilometers in the next 5 years, and produce 400 new Vande Bharat trains within the next 3 years. So those are huge targets, and that will give a huge opportunity to the private sector. But when it comes to increasing safety standards year after year, do you feel that the current standards are adequate? And when we speak about electrification of railways, 5 to 10 years down the line, when we have such ambitious targets, and railways will always be an investment area for the government, keeping that in mind, how should we look at safety from a long-term perspective over the next 10 years? What do you feel would be some of the technological advancements that the Indian Railways would be working on?
Thank you very much. Very important question. As Mr. Mangaldev was also mentioning, over a period of time, a railway has modernized its system. And 100% stations are now electronically interlocked. And now we are going to the next stage, CTC, communication-based train control system. So all these things are in pipeline, and by the time infrastructure is developed, we will be having all these modern systems. And railway is following the best global practice. Issue is, the main challenge is where railway is making efforts to address those challenges. Even all these accidents, few accidents which has taken place, it has not taken place due to inadequacy in the system. There are two more important issues. One is, now we are having modern system, only thing, the system should not fail. System has to be maintained in such a way that the failure is as less as possible. Wherever the accidents have taken place, because the system has failed due to some reason. So for that, railway is working on basically remote diagnostic and predictive maintenance system, RDPMS. And basically RDPMS is based on IoT and AI. So railway is already working in this, but in this area, railway will have to really expedite the process and see that all these modern systems which are being put in place, they are covered by this AI and predictive maintenance system. So that is one thing. Second most important thing is that, even if you are putting the system which are mostly in automatic mode, all the signaling system, the SCADA for the railway electrification, everything is automatic. And things are, being monitored and being operated automatically. But even in the automatic system, the human supervision is needed. And especially when there is a failure in system, there are well laid down security protocols. And the problem happens because as a human being, we are not able to follow those well laid security protocols. And therefore, the skill upgradation is the most important challenge for the railway. In the coming years, if railway is putting the modern system, to handle that modern system, we will have to have a manpower which is properly skilled. So these are the few challenges. Railway is aware. Only thing, railway will have to expedite all these processes so that, when the infrastructure develops, the maintenance and all other things are taken care of.
But adoption of artificial intelligence in the Indian Railways, of course, will be a very tricky subject because you would want to have complete full control, completely trained engineers. How do you see the Indian Railways adopting AI?
See, AI, railway has already started working on it, and the main role of AI is that, we get lot of data from the field. Our railway electrification is SCADA system and our signaling system. And we are getting, the health of various components. So many data we are getting. And the use of AI is to basically analyze those data in real-time basis and able to tell us that what are the issues required to be addressed. So AI is really going to be very useful, especially for the predictive maintenance, and so that, the failure can be reduced to as closer to zero as possible.
Right.
And I can tell you one thing, the way a railway is modernizing its system, whether it is railway electrification or signaling system, if we are able to address the issue of maintenance, the accidents will be absolutely zero. In fact, for last 3 years, that was 2019, 20, 21, there was zero death due to railway accident. We could maintain that because we really employed the best global practices. And I'm very sure that, with these things what railway is already doing,
Okay.
in future we will be able to maintain the highest level of safety.
All right. I'll take the final set of questions. We're running out of time. Mr. Srinivas, how is the DMRC looking to use green energy to power the Delhi Metro, also for expansion over the next couple of years?
It's a very good question. In the opening remarks, our honorable minister also mentioned that the Delhi airport or Kochi airport are being fed from the renewable energy sources. And DMRC is not lagging behind in this. DMRC has a target for the 65 megawatt power or rooftop solar, only from the station rooftop or depot rooftop. Out of 65 target of up to by 2027, we have already installed 51 megawatt power on rooftop solar power plant, and we are using that power at our network. Out of that, our total requirement of power is 250 megawatt, and we are taking the 100 megawatt power from the solar plant at Rewa MP through open access system. And in phase 4 expansion also, for all elevated station, all depot, we are going to install the rooftop solar power plant panel. So though my station load is, the elevated station load is only 40 kilowatt. And I have the capacity to install 250 kilowatt solar panel at my rooftop of the elevated station. So we can use this power in daytime by using the basically storage battery system. In the surplus power will be charged this battery, and the night hours, that surplus power available during the night hour, that will be used for the station purpose. So my station will be zero power requirement from the grid. So in this direction we are moving very actively, and we are hoping that we will meet all our power requirement from the renewable energy sources only.
All right. Mr. Anurag, my final question to you. How can the government and the industry work together and collaborate on ensuring electrical safety in the railways and modern transit systems?
The most important is to involve the academia, to create the skills amongst the students, to have the talent pool available for the industry. I think that is the most important thing that we have to do.
Right. Completely run out of time, but thank you very much to all our panelists, Mr. Mangal Dev, Mr. Yadav, Mr. Anurag, and Mr. Srinivas. It's been a great learning on what the railways, the DMRC, and the private sector companies like Hitachi and Polycab are doing to ensure safety on a collaborative manner. Thank you once again for being with us.
Thank you to our panelists for such an insightful session. I now invite Sachin Chauhan, SVP Sales Polycab, to felicitate our panelists. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists? Can we have another round of applause? I'm sure you all thoroughly enjoyed the sessions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier we tested your knowledge with another set of quiz questions, and now it's time to see how everybody responded, and let's reveal the correct answers to everybody. So the first question was, what is the standard voltage supply in most Indian households? And let's take a look at the audience responses. Well, the answer is 230 volt, and I think all of you got it correct, almost. So in India, the standard household voltage is 230 volt at a frequency of 50 hertz, ensuring efficient power distribution for residential use. And moving on to question number 2, what is the correct color code for the live wire in India? Let's see how the audience answered. Well, the correct answer is C, red. So yes, the audience was absolutely right. 78% of you answered correctly. In India, the live wire is typically red, the neutral wire is black, and the earth wire is green, following standard electrical safety regulations. Thank you all for participating. We hope these insights help reinforce the importance of electrical safety in our daily lives. And it's time for the final quiz, so please keep your phones ready again. And you're going to get the QR code on the screen. Please scan it, and your questions will be there. So the first question is, who is credited with inventing the first practical electrical cable? A, Thomas Edison, B, Alessandro Volta, C, Michael Faraday, or D, William Thomas Henley? And the second question is, which Indian standard applies to electrical wiring in buildings? Is it A, IS 732, B, IS 2023, C, IS 9001, or D, IS 1893? Remember, you have exactly 1 minute to submit your responses, and your time has already begun. So stay sharp, and we'll display the audience responses live on screen and reveal the correct answers right after this session. Over the past few months, our campaign has taken us across the country from Mumbai to Chennai to Hyderabad, where we've engaged with industry leaders, experts, and stakeholders to drive meaningful conversations around electrical safety. As we come to this grand finale, it's time to reflect on the journey, the key insights, and the impact we've created along the way. Before we dive into our next discussion, let's take a quick look at this AV that captures the essence of our campaign and the milestones leading up to today. Can we have the AV, please?
India stands at the brink of a new era, defined by towering skyscrapers, cutting-edge industries, and a revolution in mobility. But at the core of this transformation lies a critical foundation: electrical safety. At InfraSafety summits across Mumbai, Chennai, and Hyderabad, industry leaders, experts, and policymakers came together to address this pressing challenge across real estate and manufacturing. Their insights made one thing clear: without robust safety measures, progress is at risk. Experts emphasized the urgency of stronger safety standards, modernized regulations, and a skilled, certified workforce to prevent electrical hazards in real estate. The future, they agreed, is smart and sustainable, where AI-powered monitoring, smart grids, and smart cables redefine safety. But lasting protection starts at the design stage. In manufacturing, the decisions turned even more urgent. With a high number of workplace accidents linked to electrical failures, the need for a shift from reactive to proactive safety is undeniable. Experts stress that industries must embed safety protocols, training, and compliance from day one. Technology is already paving the way. IoT-enabled monitoring, real-time alerts, and predictive maintenance are preventing failures before they happen. As we move forward, one thing is certain: safety isn't just about policies and technology. It's about action, collaboration, and awareness. So let's continue the conversation in this gathering and chart the way forward tonight. Polycab and CNBC-TV18 present InfraSafety, powering India's electrical future.
What a journey it's been. From insightful discussions to on-ground impact, this campaign has truly sparked a nationwide dialogue on electrical safety. Well, as we look back at the milestones we've achieved, it's also a moment to recognize the collective efforts that have driven this movement forward. Now let's dive into a thought-provoking discussion that brings together experts from diverse sectors to unplug key insights on infrastructure safety, connecting the dots between best practices, lessons learned, and the path ahead. Well, guiding us through this crucial conversation is our moderator, Gautam Srinivasan. Gautam, can we have you on stage? And a big round of applause for Gautam, please. And joining him on stage are our esteemed set of panelists. Please give them a warm welcome. Shruti Goyal, Director Pro Iron. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? A big round of applause for the lovely lady. Ashok Kumar Rajput, Member Power Systems, Central Electricity Authority. Now please welcome Puneet Patnagar, Director Tech for Engineering. Over to you, Gautam. Stage is all yours now.
Much, Ashima. Indeed, I'm looking forward to amping up the conversation that we all had inside, quite electrifying and sunshiny-case, as we call it in the media, because, well, there's so much to take stock of, because if experience is the best teacher, this event that Polycab and CNBC-TV18 have brought forward for all of you has many lessons in store over the numerous discussions that we've had in Mumbai, in Chennai, in Hyderabad, and of course, as we come to Delhi, we thought what better a place than the capital of this country to finally look at the lessons that we all need to learn when it comes to infra-safety and electrical safety. So, on that note, let's begin this panel discussion. We have 25 minutes left to us to compress a whole universe of content. So quite a tall order. Hopefully we managed to tick a lot of check boxes. So let's start with you, Shruti, because over the discussions that I've had with MEP consultants, with the policymakers, regulators, and developers, all folks in the ecosystem, some of the issues that have come about when they look at the key causes for electrical safety issues being dismissed is, say, faulty installation or substandard electrical equipment. So maybe we'll start with a headline statement from you on the key cause of electrical safety still lagging in India.
Electrical safety, actually, we should have it designed right, installed right, and maintained right. If these three things are met, then these people are happier. Then they have lesser calls.
You have bandwidth free for other more important
Yes,
issues to
because
take care of.
base of fire, actually seat of fire, either is the electrical short circuit, which happens when two different type of wires are mixed together without a circuit breaker. Or when there is, even if the seat of fire is not electrical, if the seat of fire is suppose here, but there is a conduit going, so it will take the fire along the path where it is going. So we have to be careful because electrical wires are like nerves in a human. They are
Make
everywhere
sure that
in
the
the
wire
building.
is safe. It will cause a lot of other headaches to be prevented.
Yes.
That's the headline statement coming from Shruti. Fantastic. Puneet, your thoughts, chief causes for electrical mishaps, and what's the headline statement coming from you?
So, coming back to this important topic, actually the problem is use of substandard, the materials, which is readily available at a low cost in the market, and clients and the user are getting fascinated and they are buying such products at a cheaper price.
They see the cheap cost and then they just go ahead
and
with it.
they do not know the repercussions later. So what happens while we put ourselves under safety, under fire and electrical risk, because certain substandard products will lead to, the problems related to electrical shock, like a poor insulating value. There's a short circuit current which comes in. So it causes a lot of issues. And we keep on investing this money and later we find a problem with this. One of the matter is like this. Second point is like, 1 weak failure, 1 weak link can lead to a major failure in this whole system. Third point is that non-conformance to the standards. So there are codes which are already laid, like National Electric Code, which talks about electrical installation methodology for various equipments, even drawing a wire, how we should do that, how do we put the cables, what are those areas, how do we cover it. So basically it is seen through my experience over a period of time that we are forgetting, we are not referring to the codes and standards. It is basically a jugaad. We call it as Indian jugaad. And this jugaad is readily, freely available everywhere. I think in the whole group, people might be accepting it. Yes, this is one of the jugaad techniques for which we are famous all over the world.
So it's time to end the jugaad approach, go with a properly planned, configured way. Over the long term, it'll solve a lot of headaches. It's very important also in the context of some of the conversations that I had with an MEP consultant who pointed out that as the size and the scale of real estate, and of course the nature of it, now everything is mixed use developments where your residential real estate and office real estate is merging. Needs, power needs have expanded so much. So it behooves us to make sure that all of it is properly planned and configured. But there are many issues that you've raised that I'll raise over the course of this discussion. Before that, I see Mr. Rajput is taking notes, and I would love to pick his brains on what his response has been to what Shruti and Puneet have said, Mr. Rajput. And also the point that since the Central Electricity Authority, it's not just managing, it also looks at developing, pushing the envelope forward. There, a lot of talk has come in these panel discussions on the need for a trained workforce, the need for certification, which is critical for improving electrical safety. So what measures is the Central Electricity Authority taking in this regard? So first, your response to what Puneet and Shruti have said, and then your point on what is the CEA doing in terms of skill upgradation and certification.
First of all, Namaskar and Jai Bharat. Thing is that it is basically our mindset that we have to be safe. We purchase the vehicle which is of the best class. But when we comes to the electrical appliances, electrical wires, electrical switches, electrical fittings, we somewhere or the other we try to compromise. Maybe there are exceptions, those who realize the importance that the electrical fires basically should not take place because of the poor quality or the inadequate size of the conductors and the plugs. So those are the major causes. What can be done is, one thing is that we review our standards,
All right.
tighten the standards, quality control orders are also there. Quality control orders, most of the electrical items are covered under the quality control order, means they have to be strictly as per the Indian standards laid down. And we have to have a check, we have to mitigate the menace of duplicate and the fake products.
Okay.
There are many, that is, I am telling from my common sense. Then strict following up of the norms. Lack of supervision is there when the work is being done. We don't find that the suitable electrical supervisor is there and who is supervising the work. Whosoever is available and knows how to join the wire, how to lay the pipes and all those things, he gets somehow the work done. The electrical fittings, electrical wiring is inside the plasters and you do not know what is there. From outside, it may look very attractive and very much good.
That's another
finish.
thing which was brought up because there's a lot
Yes.
of issues of you will
Yes.
standardize and provide it to the
So
customer, but if
here-
there's aftermarket changes, who looks after it?
Here, say if it is DDA, his supervisor has to be very, very active and very, very honest also in that sense.
Honest is a very important
No,
way-
it's a relative
thing
term.
because
Sincere,
there
you
are
can say
places
sincere.
where builders or even the wiremen, they just connect the wires and because it's not going to be visible, they just put it.
Yes.
And that can be the spark, that can be the cause of
I
fire.
told you, no, this is Jugaad.
Sir, another jugaad
But-
which the government is enhancing, which government is telling people to do, is by placing the meter on the ground.
उस पे आते हैं
That's
अभी
another thing.
मीटर
So
मीटर
there's-
वाले पे आते हैं अभी देखिए
Like I said,
दूसरा-
there's a lot
नहीं,
of talking
नहीं,
points that we have to cover, but I understand where you're coming from. Yes,
just
Mr.
one
Raj.
point. Where we were not having that type of the electronic gadgets or the non-linear loads earlier.
That's true.
When the wirings were done, say 10 years, 20 years back or 30 years back. But now we have lot of entertainment device and the, you can say laptops, computers, all those. They all cause harmonics because these are the electronic devices.
All right.
And harmonics causes the power quality problem and results into the excessive loading, excessive lossage and the heating of the wires.
All right.
So-
That is one aspect, but in with regards to the skilling and certification aspect, what would you say? What needs to be
Skilling
done?
and certificate aspect, when you have said and your government has said that no one, no boy, no candidate will be failed up to write 10. So even if he goes into the skilling institute, say ITI or power sector skill council, can you expect that he will study there and will do a sincere
That's
job?
true. So it's a system. It's not just a systemic issue. It's just the nature of how things
It's
work. which needs to
basically
change.
something being done from hidden forces. Let
All
me
right.
be very clear and think on that direction. That such type of the things have been imposed in our educational systems, which are not good for our society basically.
All right.
So
Now-
our boys, our kids, they are not having the freedom that they can choose the profession of his own choice, that is the vocational courses. So from the very beginning, from the 6th when we were having the type of the vocational courses. To have some skill, एक कुशल हाथ चाहिए आपको, कुशल
That's
परिश्रम
true,
के लिए
that's
कुशल हाथ चाहिए जो कि वो workmanship दिखा सके. Your standard products, everything may be very good of the highest standard, but when the workmanship is poor, you are nowhere.
That's true. That's
Like
true. But
the
at least
wastage
we are
of
having
money.
this frank conversation that
Yes.
this is the issue that we need
And
to look
one
at.
thing is the common sense as a user or as a owner of a flat or a house, we should have a common sense that what fits best. We should have value for the money what we are having and we should be very, very sure that what we are going to purchase.
All right.
And of course, wrong installation, loose connections and moisture ingress and connecting too many things on a single plug. That's also,
That is
that's
it's
also
almost
a-
become a meme now.
No, that is our culture and that is a fashion.
That's true.
People
That's
are
true.
not aware.
As an
This-
average
this thing-
consumer-
this thing has to be taught right from the schooling.
Sure.
Sir, that's also a requirement because...
Shruti, if you can hold the mic closer so the folks can hear you. All right. I can see that, just like you have made an extensive collection of notes and talking points, and I see that my other two guests are very eager to kind of chime right in. So I'll quickly segue to the both of you. Puneet, maybe this time I'll start with you in terms of, all right, we've listed out all the issues. Now the question is, what is supposed to be done? Because when there's a huge unorganized segment also of electrical equipment manufacturers. How can they be brought into the fold of an organized sector, provided, say, in the BIS certification fold? How can we improve compliance when it comes to electrical safety? Top 2 or 3 points that you would like to list.
Yeah, so Gautam, from my viewpoint, actually, if we talk about BIS, which was formulated less than a decade ago, unfortunately, we have only 23 products under electrical appliances.
That needs to go up substantially.
That is very, very less. And those 23 products which are standardized as per the approving body, whatever they have approved. So those are available in the market. Few of them are like cable, conduit, switches. There are few more equipments which are there. So they need to increase their, portfolio. They need to bring in lot of electrical system into them for the standardization, number one. Number two, there are thousands of MSME companies who are building such substandard products in the market. BIS should bring in some guidelines, do a necessary inspection of the manufacturing facility, lay down the processes, lay down the quality standards, parameters, develop lab. Labs are primarily in India, it's very expensive proposition. So like Polycab is one of the company, there are many other companies also, they have established lab. They can do the outsourcing and leverage such kind of things to such a smaller segment and bring them up. Since under the Make in India initiative, everybody is eyeing to go for an Indian product rather than going for an outside product. So this becomes mandated at this point of time to promote Indian product by giving them knowledge transfer, whatever is possible, creating infrastructure in form of laboratories, doing standardization of like the guidelines. The most important is there should be a digital platform or the AI chatbot which should be created by BIS or a government body, enabling such small companies or substandard products companies who are making this in abundance and convert them into a standard platform. This is a good initiative which one should take, and that is how we can see our country to go up.
That's a great idea, and especially in the context of Make in India for India, it's great that we have players like Polycab who are established, who are developed, provide a framework which is certified and compliant, and maybe serves as an inspiration for the ecosystem. Shruti, your thoughts on...
I just like to add one thing, what he was talking about, Make in India. So there are a lot of manufacturers who are MNCs who are just bringing in the equipment in spare parts, assembling it here, branding it as Make in India and selling it.
And then calling it Make in India.
Yes. So that also they have to categorize. The government has to categorize. They have to give them time. They should say that certain percentage, say suppose 70% of the equipment content should be made in India and then assembled in India.
It can be. In terms of this bringing unorganized sector players, what would you say? What should
I
be done?
think most of the unorganized players should be brought under MSME guidelines, and then MSME should handle, because they have a very huge reach. So they should handle that the product which manufacturer is manufacturing should be at least labeled. BIS not only has 23 labels, but they have a lot of standards. And you can go to a third-party lab also and get it accredited. The only thing is it should be NABL accredited, and also BIS has a list on the website of BIS that these are the labs which are approved under the guidelines, so they can go ahead and approve it there.
All right.
And another thing about skill council, we really lack that skill council for environment, for labor, for the conduit chiseling guy. So those kind of things also should be addressed, like we have plumbing skill council, or we have in Nagpur the fire place where they teach all the fire engineers. All these engineers are passed out from there. So there should be a central authority who takes up this skill council part also.
All right,
that
fantastic.
will help us at least. Like I was saying that their third criteria is maintenance and installation. So that part, if it's captured right, So there the gaps will be less. The wiremen will understand where to provide a joint and where not to provide. Because if they are educated, they will not knowingly make a mistake.
All right. Mr. Rajput, coming to you. Now, we acknowledge that, it's not just about adoption of stringent safety standards. Let's also look at the enforcement part of it, the need for regular inspections, regular audits. Now, given the increased use of electrical equipment over time, the expansion that we are seeing across India, especially as we look to become a developed country by 2047, in terms of enforcement of a lot of these guidelines, in terms of the audits that are required, what would you say are the policies or guidelines that are required currently to kind of amp the enforcement side of things? How effectively are they being implemented and what more needs to be done?
If our safety regulations and the regulations for construction of electrical plant and lines are followed very sincerely, we don't have any problem, or the problems are minimal as far as, because this is the InfraSafety.
That's an ideal environment. If all of us followed the rules, there wouldn't be any need for the gentleman's
but analyze the data, the failures are taking place in which sector and in which pockets.
So what would you say?
You see our thermal power stations, you see our hydro power stations, you see the distribution utility substations and the control rooms. Incidences are very, very less. Sometimes they may be because of the sabotage or the human mistakes. But as far as this housing infrastructure and this are concerned, here the numbers are large. The thing is that everybody wants to cut the cost.
So this comes back to the cost aspect,
so this is the cost cutting and the quality.
Sir, I'd like to speak something on that. We have Mr. Atul Garg here. He's also part of the National Building Code. He contributes to the code. Tell me one electrical authority who's getting involved into code writing except CEA. We invite authority guys, they don't come. And then they work in their own silos and they say, मेरे को मीटर नीचे चाहिए. अरे, you have a 50-story building. If you place all the meters on the ground, look at the wiring which is going to go, and the smaller the wire, the higher the risk of fire.
You're getting a glimpse of that electrifying conversation that we had inside.
So, sir, there are so many fires which happen in Mumbai, Nagpur. Why it is happening in all those areas? Because they have all the meters on the ground. So we should invite electrical authority also to get involved in code writing. They should understand the problems. We all collectively have to form a robust system, electrical robust system, so that everybody can benefit out of it.
But I believe Mr. Rajput is a bridge builder.
Yes.
And actually, our memories are very short. कोई भी फायर होती है, कितने भी बच्चे मरते हैं या कुछ होता है, तो हम लोग उससे कोई सीख नहीं लेते हैं. फायर होती है, न्यूज में आती है, जो हमारे फायर फाइटर्स वॉरियर्स हैं उनकी जान पे आती है, और उसके बाद हम सब भूल जाते हैं. तो समस्या,
तो 4 दिन पहले ही बम्बई के एक हाई राइज में, in a very posh locality, it has happened. So it's not.
Sir, just to remind, there was a fire on a flyover where a tanker bursted into a fire. And just to give a glimpse, NEC allows substation on the terrace.
All right. Shruti, I'll allow you to expand on that, but let Mr. Rajput finish, then we'll come to what needs to be done.
पहली बात तो जो है कि जिन्होंने बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस एस्टेब्लिश की हैं,
जी,
उनको हमें रिकॉग्नाइज करना पड़ेगा.
Okay.
I don't think that there is a problem if I speak in Hindi also in between.
नहीं.
अरे हमें
It's your comfort. It's your comfort. Whatever you're comfortable in.
तो देखिए, जब तक हम आदमी को पहचान नहीं देंगे जिसने सही काम किया है और जिसने अच्छा और ब्रेवरी का काम किया है या गोल्ड मेडल जैसा काम किया है, ऐसे कुछ लोगों को हमें उत्साहित करना होगा और कुछ इनामात देने होंगे पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से. एटलीस्ट सर्टिफिकेशन ही देना होगा, या आपके डिपार्टमेंट में ही किसी ने कोई अच्छा और एग्जाम्पलरी काम किया है तो उसको एक आध इंक्रीमेंट भी दिया जा सकता है. ये प्रैक्टिसेस बिल्टअप करनी पड़ेंगी. दूसरा क्या है, जो खराब क्वालिटी वाली सप्लाई वाली हैं, जिनका स्टैंडर्ड्स पुअर रहा है, जिन्होंने इसमें मैनिपुलेशन किया है बनाने में, उन कंपनीज को ब्लैक लिस्टिंग करने में हमें शर्माना नहीं होगा. एक या दो को ब्लैक लिस्टिंग करिए, कुछ ना कुछ जरूर होगा।
It will serve as an example to the rest of the players.
एग्जाम्पल।
All right.
और दूसरे क्या है कि बेंचमार्क के स्टैंडर्ड्स करने होंगे। दूसरी क्या है, हमारी एनक्रोचमेंट की बहुत एक बुरी आदत है। तो हम बगल सीट में तो बैठते हैं, लेकिन सोचते हैं कि बगल वाली सीट को भी किसी तरह से कब्जा लें। तो जैसे ही हमारा घर बनता है, सीढ़ियां बनती हैं, कुछ होती है, हम बहुत कुछ कर बैठते हैं। एक बालकनी में एक और एक्स्ट्रा कुछ एक्सटेंड करके और थोड़ा सा और एक्सटेंड करके फिर कुछ छोटा मोटा वायर लगा के हम जो है रिस्क इनवाइट करते हैं।
Alright.
और वो जो रिस्क इनवाइट करने का है वो है बेसिकली क्या है, एक जो चीज करनी पड़ेगी, एक सोशल मूवमेंट उठाना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट का मूवमेंट हो, जाके जो एक ऑडिट होता है वो करना पड़ेगा। जैसे गाड़ियों में पीयूसी है, मेरे को सबसे सिंपल एग्जांपल ये आता है कि पीयूसी है, पॉल्यूशन अंडर चेक, तो एक थोड़ा डर रहता है। भले ही कुछ लोग उसमें जंप मार जाते हैं, करते भी हैं, नहीं करते, कई बार गलती से भूल भी जाते हैं, तो फिर करा लेते हैं।
So lots of points for us to consider.
और जब पकड़े जाते हैं तो नेचुरली वो सब कुछ आगे पीछे का बराबर होता है जो बचाया जाता है। ठीक है, तो इसी तरह से कोई एक मूवमेंट या कोई रेगुलेशन या किसी लेवल पे करना पड़ेगा कि भाई आपके घर की वायरिंग्स का ऑडिट करना पड़ेगा। हमारे सेफ्टी रेगुलेशन में है, लेकिन हो नहीं रहा है। रीजन उसका क्या है कि एक तो मैन पावर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के पास बिल्कुल नहीं है। सीए में हम कुछ 2-4 गिने चुने लोग बैठे हैं जो उस डिवीजन को देख रहे हैं
जी,
और उनके पास और भी बहुत सारे काम हैं, क्योंकि उनको नए इंस्टॉलेशन को चेक करना और उसको इनर्जाइजेशन की परमिशन देनी है। दूसरा है जो 5 साल पुराने हो गए हैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के इंस्टॉलेशन, उनको रिव्यू करना है, दोबारा जाके इंस्पेक्शन करना है और फिर उसको इनर्जाइजेशन के लिए कंटिन्यूएशन के लिए अलाउ करना है। तो इंस्पेक्टर कह दे, पावर्स तो इतनी दी हुई है, इंस्पेक्टर ने यदि कह दिया कि नहीं साहब ये फिट नहीं है और ये यहाँ की अर्थिंग भी टूटी हुई है और टाइल भी लीक हो रहा है ट्रांसफार्मर से या सर्किट ब्रेकर से, जो भी कुछ है, तो ये सारी चीजें पकड़ में आ जानी चाहिए। और एक नेसेसरी ऑडिट और ये सब की बात तो चलती है, होना ही चाहिए, लेकिन इसको एक मास मूवमेंट बनाना पड़ेगा। RWA को ये एक जिम्मेदारी निहित करनी पड़ेगी कि अदरवाइज आपका रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल कर दिया जाएगा। यदि आपने अपने यहाँ के हाउसेज की ऑडिट रिपोर्ट इलेक्ट्रिकल और फायर सेफ्टी की नहीं कराई है तो
कैंसिल किया जाए।
हाँ, तो उसके लिए जो संस्थाएं हैं हमारी, उन संस्थाओं को अपनी एजेंसीज एनलिस्ट करनी पड़ेंगी और थोड़ा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी।
You have given an extensive checklist, Mr. Rajput, but unfortunately, like I said, मेरे पास 10 मिनट बाकी है। As you can see, the audience loves what you are saying right now.
10 सेकंड में ही बोल देता हूँ
जी।
ये है कि एक तो हमें अपनी सुरक्षा का खुद ही ध्यान देना पड़ेगा
जी।
घरों में हम ग्रिल लगाते हैं ना, आई एम ए विक्टिम, जिसके घर पे ग्रिल नहीं थी, सरकारी घर था, बहुत अच्छी कॉलोनी थी, सैफ पे अभी हमला हुआ था, सैफ से डबल इंटेंसिटी का हमला मेरे पे हुआ था। आई एम अलाइव, दैट्स ए मिरेकल।
Well, sir, we need a lot of change, and it's great to see someone in your position being frank.
ये चेंज ऐसे आता है जब पैर में आपके कांटा चुभ जाता है तो समझ में आता है।
जब दर्द खुद को होगा, तब सिस्टम में बदलाव आएगा।
सिस्टम में बदलाव आएगा। और दूसरा, मेक इन इंडिया की बात हुई है। मेक इन इंडिया में क्या है, इसमें क्वालिटी कंसेस जो है बहुत जोर से लाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मेक इन इंडिया वालों को प्रेफरेंस भी दी जाती है, प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव भी दिया जाता है और बहुत सारी चीजें दी जाती हैं। दूसरा, GEM एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, आई डू नॉट नो, देयर आर मिक्स रिएक्शंस फ्रॉम द GEM प्लेटफॉर्म। इफ द थिंग्स आर नॉट रिजल्टिंग इन द गुड क्वालिटी एंड वी आर प्लेइंग विद द लाइफ ऑफ द पीपल, then certainly there is a...
I can already see some folks in the audience writing notes, so thank you so much for sharing so much to them, Mr. Rajput.
ठीक है। और रही बात स्किल डेवलपमेंट की, गाड़ी सिखाई जाती है, हम किसी से सीखते हैं या अपने एल्डर से सीखते हैं
जी,
तभी जाके लाइसेंस मिलता है।
फैंटास्टिक।
और हम वो काम बिजली के मामले में जो फिटिंग करने आते हैं, कुछ करते हैं, उसमें हम बड़े लापरवाह हो जाते हैं। बिजली ठीक करने वाला, बिजली की फिटिंग करने वाला सिर्फ अपनी रोटी के लिए कुछ कर रहा है, उसे नहीं मतलब है कि क्या है, वो तो दिन के जितने भी रुपए उसको मिलते होंगे, 100 रुपए 500 रुपए डिपेंडिंग ऑन पॉकेट, वो अपना काम करके चला जाता है। उसे उसकी इतनी सीरियसनेस तक, इतनी डीप तक वो नहीं जा सकता है कि उसको अंदाजा हो कि मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ।
All right. राजपूत, हमारी खुशनसीबी है कि यूजुअली जब हम रेगुलेटर से बात करते हैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा 2-3 शब्द आएंगे, यहाँ पे तो एक पूरी चेकलिस्ट बन गई है हमारे लिए कि हमें क्या करना है और आगे जाके ये
भी क्या
इस
करेगा
पीड़ा को
सर,
कैसे सॉल्व करें।
हम लोग कितने करोड़ हैं, 140 करोड़ हैं, 4 से भी डिवाइड करें 5 से भी करें तो उतना घर हो जाएंगे
जी।
और उतने घर में भी इतने कमरे होंगे और उसमें एक स्टोर होगा, गैरेज होगी, अभी तो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल इससे पहले का सेशन था और व्हीकल टू ग्रिड भी होगा। गाड़ी खड़ी करने की जगह नहीं है, हम व्हीकल चार्ज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तार वार खींच के कहीं से लाएंगे, पड़ोसी तार काटेगा भी, हाँ ना, हम लोग क्योंकि एक दूसरे से बहुत प्यार करते हैं, ठीक है बहुत अच्छी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, गाड़ी की हवा तो निकालता ही निकालता है, अब तार भी काटेगा और जब तार कटेगा तो बिजली के फायर होने की भी संभावनाएं काफी रहेगी।
Absolutely. All right. Yes, I'm almost out of time, so let me quickly take some other questions to the rest of you. Shruti, steps that the industry needs to take to generate more awareness on electrical safety and promote, say, the use of certified wires, cables, and other equipment. Quick views from you.
So, first on certified wires and equipment. Allied equipment, because we have a tendency of going with L1, lowest price. So you should always, like, if you have a sufficient quantity, you should buy directly from the OEM. So if you buy wire which is coming out of the Polycab factory, the chances or risk of duplicacy is reduced. So buy it directly from OEM or their SIs. Don't buy it from the street if you have sufficient quantity. And if you don't have sufficient, check for the IS code and the validity on the BIS website, whether that IS code is valid for the particular license, the manufacturer which is there. That facility is there on BIS website. We don't check it. We just say, चलता है, ले लेते।
ये चलता है वाला एटीट्यूड अभी जाने का।
हम दवाइयाँ नकली लेते हैं।
सर हम बोलते हैं सबसे सस्ता है, हमारे घर में आग थोड़ा लगेगी।
दवाई का दाम पूरी असली का ही देते हैं, लेकिन दवाई नकली है, पानी अशुद्ध है और बिस्लेरी के नाम पे भी क्या मिल रहा है, you can't say, ठीक है।
But that's where we need to operate in a more compliant environment. Is the message
more structured environment.
All right.
And second thing I wanted to
सूती एक मिनट, बड़ा जोरदार पॉइंट अभी याद आया है, कंज्यूमर अवेयरनेस, और हमें ही जागना पड़ेगा अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए खुद। हम कहते हैं रेगुलेटर कर देगा, अरे रेगुलेटर को अच्छी खासी तनख्वाह मिल रही है,
सारा भार हम पर ही डाल दोगे तो आप लोग क्या करेंगे?
वो अपना काम कर रहा है, उसने अपना कागज बना दिया है काफी मंथन करके, और उसने तो कागज बना दिया, अब कोई एनफोर्स करने वाला नहीं है तो वो कहाँ से लाएगा?
कहाँ से आएगा? That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Sir, they have to be empowered. Like fire day बनाते हैं, सारे फायरमैन को बुला करके उनको लिटरली सराहना की जाती है। प्लम्बर्स डे बना था अभी थोड़े दिन पहले, पता नहीं कितने लाखों प्लम्बर आकर के, मतलब दे गॉट टुगेदर एंड दे सेलिब्रेटेड वाटर डे। वी डोंट सेलिब्रेट इलेक्ट्रिकल डे, इफ वी सेलिब्रेट वी वर्क सेलिब्रेट इन आवर ओन silos. So we have to enhance, we have to set up a skill council for electricity. There should be a system where skilled people are given skilled knowledge about execution of those things.
Hopefully with this platform we celebrate electrical day as a day.
Sir, I'm a part of plumbing skill council and I know how many plumbers are getting educated.
हाँ, आज जो 4 मार्च है वो सेफ्टी दिवस कहलाता है, सुरक्षा दिवस।
This is 54th, I think.
इसी से कोइंसाइड करते हुए सीईए और टाटा पावर दिल्ली और बाकी सारी यूटिलिटीज ने मिलके एक लाइनमैन एप्रिसिएशन डे या लाइनमैन दिवस के नाम से 4 मार्च को डिक्लेयर किया है। हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि ये राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे बन जाए, क्योंकि लाइनमैन क्या होता है, सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है जब जनरेटर से बिजली चलती है और घरों तक आती है, तो लाइनमैन का रोल खंबा और मीटर तक होता है, वो भी एक सेफ्टी पार्ट है। बहुत सारे फायर्स वहां भी होते हैं और इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन भी होते हैं। हम सिर्फ शायद यहाँ फायर की ही बात कर रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन की तो बात ही नहीं की है, ठीक है। तो इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन के लिए बहुत सारे डिवाइस हैं, ELC भी हो गया, RCC भी हो गया, जो घरों में लगता है और उसके बहुत अच्छे परिणाम रहे हैं। बहुत पहले इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन होते थे और बहुत सारे गैजेट्स भी जलते थे, अभी जरा सा भी लीकेज होगा तो वो हो जाएगा, पहले वायर वाला फ्यूज होता था। और आज ही हमने जो लाइनमैन दिवस का 5th एडिशन मनाया है और लाइनमैन्स को बुला के बहुत सारे डिस्कॉम्स के 5-5 को बुला के जो वहाँ से उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल करके भेजे कि ये हमारे अच्छे बेंचमार्क हैं, उनको सम्मानित किया है मंच से
जी।
और उनकी यूटिलिटीज के जो सुपरवाइजर एंड मैनेजर्स हैं उनको अलग से सम्मानित किया गया है। और ऑफ कोर्स हमारे जैसे लोगों ने भाषण भी दिए।
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause. All right. Puneet, coming to you. ये तो हम a lot of the demand side issues तो छोड़ दीजिए, supply side issues के बारे में आप बात कीजिए.
Things to address on this.
You can, but like I said, समय की पाबंदी है. So whatever you need to add, you'll have to add in 30 seconds with the point of view on. देखिए, there's a lot of systemic issues which obviously solving them becomes a.
I'm very crisp, Gautam. I'm not going to.
Absolutely, that's why I'm laying the framework for you. Technology से IoT और ये सब जो systems आ रहे हैं, इससे क्या फायदा होगा? At least will it solve a few of the issues?
So before I talk about that, I will say jago grahak jago. What is said, because there was a campaign which was started by Government of India in parallel to taking an analogy like that, we should bring in some awareness campaign so that we can educate people. It should start right from the college, where people should have electrical safety subject as one of the subject. There should be a lot of people who are working as an employee with various organizations at a whatever level. They should have a training program so that we can educate that. As we are looking for Viksit 2047, it is mandatory for all of us. If we have to become developed country, we need to learn all such things. Otherwise, the gaps will be created and there will be a lot of failures which we notice in times to come. Coming back to your subject on IoT and AI, obviously, as I told that AI chatbot is one of the point where we have just created for National Building Code of 2016, which will be rolling out shortly. And also we have created one lightning protection software which we launched today itself because it's a safety concern. Similar on those grounds, we should also create certain AI platform for monitoring, real-time monitoring of all these failures or the installation, whatever is happening in the benefit of the industry.
All right.
In various verticals. This is exactly what I want to exhibit out here.
All right. Mr. Rajput, quick view on, abhi to we are seeing a lot of these EV points charging. So electrical systems, upgradation, there's a lot of issues. A quick point of view, sir, 20 सेकंड में क्या किया जा सकता है आपसे?
मैं एक नई चीज बताता हूं, कंपनी का नाम नहीं बताऊंगा, अदरवाइज मेरे ऊपर ये आरोप लगेगा कि कंपनी का प्रचार कर रहे हैं। अभी ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स मार्केट में आ गए हैं फायर से रिलेटेड, हमें उन लोगों को भी ट्राई करना चाहिए। जैसे मान लो हमारा वायर है, ये वायर जा रहा है, इसके ऊपर जैसे कपड़े में लगाने वाली क्लिप होती है, वो लगा देंगे और एक पर्टिकुलर टेम्परेचर से ज्यादा तक वो अटेन कर पाएगा तो ये परमानेंटली इसका कलर चेंज हो जाएगा।
ओके,
दैट्स एन इंडिकेशन कि ओवरलोड हो रहा है, तो हमें करेक्टिव एक्शन लेना है। ये चीज है। दूसरे क्या है, जैसे मीटर का बॉक्स होता है, मीटर में फायर लगती है तो वहां पे एक इस तरह का से 4 सेंटीमीटर बाई 4 सेंटीमीटर और डिपेंडिंग
माइक जरा क्लोज रखिए।
हाँ, डिपेंडिंग ऑन साइज जो है इस तरह का एक होगा, उस पर कुछ स्पेशल पेंट्स एंड मॉलिक्यूल्स होंगे और जैसे ही फायर होगी तो इसमें से हमारी कुछ गैसेज निकलेंगी और वो गैसेज फायर को वहीं की वहीं डाउच कर देंगी। और दूसरे बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, जैसे केबल है, केबल के साथ रोप वायर जा रही है एंड उस रोप वायर में से वो उसका हीटिंग का जो सेंसर है आपके पास, जो IoT और इसकी सब बातें कर रहे थे, तो वो चीजें भी आ जाएंगी। अभी लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है, हम कन्वेंशनल मेथड पे चल रहे हैं। लेट अस गो फॉर द चीपेस्ट वन, एंजॉय, फायर हैपन्स, मॉक्स मिलेगा, बहुत सारे लोगों को मॉक्स मिल जाता है।
Alright, समय समाप्त ऑलमोस्ट हो गया है। सो मे बी वन रिकमेंडेशन फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ यू। अरे वाह, तालियां अभी भी बज रही, बजाइएगा। आप हिट हो गए हैं ऑडियंस में। Alright, one recommendation from each of you for a future-proof electrical safety system that, that a smarter, safer electrical future, basically. One top recommendation that each one of you would give. Maybe we'll start with you. Ek sirf.
I think we should have a skilled labor to execute work, because whatever design happens, whatever execution has to be right and then it has to be maintained right. To execute right and maintain right, the labor should be skilled enough. They should understand the design and execute it properly. That's very, very critical. And for that, we should form a skill council. Maybe whoever is from Polycab can take it as a take away from this particular seminar, that they should take a lead to form a skill council, which is missing in electrical.
All right. Skills Council, पहला headline, that should be the focus. Mr. Rajput, what would you say?
जस्ट मैं अपने बारे में बता दूं, एक्चुअली मैं 28 तारीख तक ही मेंबर पावर सिस्टम था जब ये रिटायर किया था रजिस्ट्रेशन, तो अब नहीं हूं, अब एक सामान्य आदमी हूं, ठीक है, पढ़ा
तो एक सामान्य आम आदमी के तौर से आप क्या कहेंगे कि एक जो चीज स्मार्टर और सेफर इलेक्ट्रिकल फ्यूचर जो करना है?
इन्होंने कहा जगे रहिए, मैंने कहा बुद्धिमान भी बनिए। जैसे वो देता है कि ओटीपी नहीं दूंगा, मूंगफली जरूर बेचता हूं,
सतर्क रहिए,
जागरूक रहिए, ठीक है। एक तो ये है, दूसरा क्या है, इलेक्ट्रिकल के केस मामले में वेरी सीरियस कि हम अर्थिंग पे ध्यान नहीं देते हैं। शुरू में अर्थिंग लग जाती है, उसको फिर बाद में उखाड़,
आप मेरे बिल्डिंग में आ जाइएगा, अच्छे शॉक्स पड़े हैं मुझे।
हाँ, तो वो भी है, पाइप भी उसका
सर, इट गोज बैक टू स्किल काउंसिल।
हाँ, तो ये सब चीजें हैं, अर्थिंग का हो गया, दूसरा ये हो गया, और जो इलेक्ट्रिकल सिस्टम लगाया है उससे छेड़खानी अपने आप से नहीं करिए। कम से कम जो ट्रेंड इलेक्ट्रीशियन है, और जो हम बैठ के बात कर रहे थे कि BSCS और ये सब ने, इन्होंने ट्रेंड इलेक्ट्रीशियन की अपनी एक लिस्ट दी हुई है, एटलीस्ट उनकी सेवाएं लें, कम से कम कुछ होगा। रूल में ये भी है कि बिल्डिंग में, घर में जब एक नया कनेक्शन, एक बिजली का कनेक्शन और मीटर लगवाते हैं, तो आपको एक सर्टिफिकेट देना होता है कि मैंने लाइसेंस इलेक्ट्रिकल कंट्रैक्टर से हाउसिंग की वायरिंग कराई है। हालांकि वो सर्टिफिकेट ऐसे भी बन जाता है। तो ये फ्लॉ है।
जी।
तो मेरा काम ये है कि जो बिजली की कंपनी है उसको खुद जाके देखना चाहिए कि वाकई में कुछ है या नहीं है, या सिर्फ वो पेपर वर्क ही कर रहे हैं। तो पेपर वर्क से ज्यादा कुछ सॉलिड वर्क करने की जरूरत है। और ये जो हम बिलाप करते रहते हैं कि रेगुलेटर ये भी कर लेगा, वो भी कर लेगा, अरे उससे अपना ही नहीं घर की बिजली ठीक होती है।
कारभार बांटते हैं, सारा ब्लेम रेगुलेटर पर
वो भी इलेक्ट्रीशियन को ही ढूंढता है।
All right, Purit, the last word from you. Last but not the least, regulation should be much more stringent, unlike other countries. You know, like we take an example for Philippines, they have their electricity code and everything is compliant. They have penalty. They have a lot of things which they have incorporated. Any violation of that should be imposed directly on the user. So regulation should become much more stringent. That is what the need of an hour. Otherwise, everything will become like Jugaad.
All right, no more Jugaad, more regulation.
No more Jugaad, no more. One more solid thing. I think Shruti is there in that ET14 house wiring committee or not. I am not, but I have the whole information of that. They are saying कि जो 16 एम्पियर का प्लग लगा है, अब 25 लगाइए। क्या करेंगे, क्या जोड़ेंगे उसमें मुझे पता नहीं है। घर की
दूसरा ही पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू हो जाएगा।
घर की वायरिंग तो आपकी 5 एम्पियर की है, उसमें पहले ही 16 जोड़ रखा है, अब 25 भी जोड़ोगे तो कैसे काम?
ऑलराइट,
फिलहाल तो नहीं होने दिया, आगे
भगवान मालिक है। All right, like I said, we had an electrifying discussion inside. We've really amped up the talking points and taken stock of शो के बाद आप आराम से बात कर सकते हैं हमारे गेस्ट के साथ, बट इट्स ग्रेट टू सी दैट द ऑडियंस रियली गॉट इनटू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन एंड रियली इट हैज बीन एन एनलाइटनिंग डिस्कशन टेकिंग स्टॉक्स ऑफ द लेसन्स दैट वी हैव ऑल लर्न थ्रू दिस इवेंट on the present and of course the future of electrical safety in India. And well, over the past few months, Polycab and CNBC-TV18 have come up with this event. They present InfraSafety, Powering India's Electric Future campaign. It has not just sparked conversations, but it has laid the foundation for action, as I mentioned, from Mumbai to Chennai to Hyderabad, and of course, culminating here in the capital city, New Delhi. We've brought together the brightest minds to address the critical need for electrical and infrastructure safety. The key takeaways, just to bring it all together from this journey, are clear. Collaboration, innovation, and an unwavering commitment. These are all essential to building a safer future. And as we move forward, let's continue to push boundaries, implement best practices, and of course, work collectively towards a more resilient and secure India. A big thank you to, again, our esteemed panelists for sharing so much of perspective. Thank you so much. And being part of this movement, it's great. The conversation, of course, doesn't end here. Let's carry these insights forward and turn them into lasting impact. On that note, I hand it back over to our host, Ashima.
Thank you very much.
एक लास्ट सेंटेंस, बिजली से
प्रोग्राम अभी भी बाकी है?
नहीं, बाकी नहीं है, बस ये खत्म हो जाएगा। बिजली से कभी भी छेड़छाड़ करने की गुस्ताखी ना करें। ये आपके हित में है.
All right, that's the message.
Thank
now
you
back
so
to
much, sir, and thank you very much, panelists. I request Raj Shekhar Reddy, VP Marketing, Polycab,
There's
to
a
please come on
memento
stage to
presentation,
felicitate our panelists.
तालियां बजाते रहिएगा.
Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. And Gautam has done a fabulous job. He's really engaged all of you in this session. Thank you very much, esteemed panelists and Gautam, for being here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the session, we asked a few questions, and it's time to reveal the answers. Let's see how everybody responded. Question number 1 was, who is credited with inventing the first practical electrical cable? And the answer is William Thomas Henley. I see 21% people have, given the correct answer. Henley was a pioneer in cable manufacturing and played a key role in developing practical electrical cables that revolutionized power transmission. And moving on to the second question, which Indian standard applies to electrical wiring in buildings? Let's see how the audience responded. And the correct answer is IS 732, and 31% of you have got it correct. This standard specifies the code of practice for electrical wiring in buildings, ensuring safety and efficiency in electrical installations across India. Thank you all for participating, and I hope that these insights help reinforce the importance of electrical safety and innovation. Well, infrastructure is the backbone of any nation's progress, and in a rapidly developing country like India, ensuring its safety is more critical than ever. As we expand our highways, railways, power grids, and urban transit systems, the challenge lies in building resilient and secure infrastructure that can withstand both rapid growth and evolving risk. Welcome to our electric chat at the crossroads, InfraSafety in India, where we'll explore the current landscape, key challenges, and the road ahead for infrastructure safety in the country. I would like to invite back on stage Parikshit to moderate this session. Parikshit, can we please have you on stage? A big round of applause for Parikshit. And joining him on the dais is Nikhil Jaisinghani, Executive Director, Polycab. Nikhil, can we have you on stage? Big round of applause for Nikhil Jaisinghani. Over to you, Parikshit.
Thank you so much, Ashima. And thank you very much to everyone in our audience for being patient with us and for being such a great audience through the evening. We're really entering the final lap of this mega event that we've been hosting across the country over the years. And let's now open this up to sum up the essence and the message of the event. Infrastructure safety in India. We know how, when it comes to every budget, the government capex towards infrastructure is always on the rise. Even if you look at the budget for FY26, which was delivered just a few weeks back, the finance minister announced a 10% increase in infrastructure capex at 11.2 lakh crore. But how much is actually going towards infrastructure safety? Let me put all of this across to Nikhil Jaisinghani, Executive Director of Polycab. Nikhil, first of all, I'd like to just ask you about the message that we are trying to send out from an event of this kind. CNBC-TV18 and Polycab together. If you had to explain our audience in about a minute or two, what is the message that we want to send out to policymakers and the private sector about the importance of safety as we move towards increasing our push for infrastructure, for renewable energy? What should we keep in mind?
Well, thanks, Parikshit. Firstly, thank you everyone for being here. I loved some of the discussions. Seen a lot of passion in the last panel was outstanding. I think every aspect of our life today is just connected, right? We are connected to our devices. Our transport is electrified, from railways to metros to now EVs. There's new power, like you said, right? Renewables. And, and also with that infrastructure that you mentioned, our demand for power is going to go multifold, right? With India growing, with India being hungry for more, there's just so much more. However, safety, I don't think is necessarily talked about as much yet, right? We get about, I think, 60,000 or so fire incidents annually. Now with power, the demand of power and usage going up so much more, we don't want that to increase in the same ratio, right? And therefore it's absolutely critical. And now that so much more will get electrified, it's absolutely critical that, we have an event like this where we can ensure safe usage and deployment of power.
Right. Nikhil, when we speak about growth in infrastructure, what are some of the most common hazards or accidents that you've come across year after year? You can give us a sense of how things happen sector-wise, but what are some of the most common accidents that you see?
Well, I think so. Firstly, we need to give a lot more importance to human life. The value of life shouldn't be very low. In terms of accidents, it could range from just short circuit, and someone was talking about earthing in the last panel, right? Just those shocks. You can get short circuits from the switch not being cleaned in your kitchen, right? If that itself is dirty and it's not maintained, at some point it's going to lead to some issue. And fire that happens due to short circuit, many times what happens is it's not because of the fire that it's not that the majority of the people necessarily burn or get burnt. It's mostly the smoke that comes out of it. And that's where we have opportunities to use products that can ensure at least people don't choke. And there's visibility for people to move out of spaces like that, right? And there are products like FS cable, where we make sure that critical applications like elevators and things like that keep moving in those critical times. So there are instances, like you said, like short circuit and things like that actually happen.
Right. Give us a sense of the kind of opportunity that lies ahead for companies like yours. India wants to be the manufacturing destination of the world. We will have a aspiration to play a big role in global supply chains. And we also have our renewable energy targets as well. So when it comes to infrastructure safety, what is the opportunity that you see? And if you could quantify that opportunity for us, say by 2047. The reason why 2047? Because this is the big goal that the government is working towards, making sure India becomes a high-income country by 2047, becomes a developed nation by 2047.
Look, the opportunity, I think, is across, as you mentioned, multiple segments, right? And so whether it's electric vehicles, as in the first panelist, Anurag mentioned, the number of cables just go multifold. When you talk about renewables, right? Solar, you need DC cables, you need AC cables to go in there. I think, but the critical part for a lot of this is that we need to make sure that we are making things that are suited to Indian conditions, and suited for India, right? So for the weather, for the humidity, and for things like that. Some of the temperatures in some places go pretty extreme, right? They can go down to minus something and then can get very hot. So, that's where the opportunity is. The opportunity again is, let's say in defense. Discussing some time back, we've started supplying cables for submarines. We supplied cables for the INS Vikrant, right? And I think those are immense opportunities, and these are all products that are made fully in India. They're designed in India. There are even for products like EVs, right? I think the charging cables, till not too long back, they were imported, right? We've now designed them in India. They're supplied from our plants. Even there are significant opportunities, because to manage power better, which I think as a country we must focus on, and we are trying to bring in smart cities and smart meters and things like that. We don't just need power to transmit, we also need power to get controlled, and we have the right data points for that. So, with power and control, data sort of going into one cable, composite cables, these are very useful. These could be very useful in data center applications going forward. However, of course, as a country, as we evolve, it won't, and I hope, and we are working and striving towards getting there, is that we're not necessarily only focused on the lowest price. We also have to make sure that we are focusing on the right quality and as a country putting safety first.
Right. Give us the sense of the biggest challenges when it comes to infrastructure safety, and what makes this issue so complicated as well.
I think the part that creates most complexity is it's that there are a lot of stakeholders involved, right? There are manufacturers like us who need to ensure the best possible quality. There are respected consultants and contractors, some of them who are here. There are procurement guys. There are homeowners. Again, I keep like to advocate and tell homeowners that people look at a flat and ask in their house, they ask which AC is there, or they go and buy the best TV, but nobody asks which wire is inside that behind the wall. But that's for your safety. The TV, most of the TVs actually give the same kind of image as long as the specs match. So it's just so many stakeholders involved in making sure. So I think that collaboration, of course, there's the government, the guys who set standards like BIS. So it's just so many involved. I think just getting that collaboration together, bringing that mindset of advocating safety first is where the complexity actually comes in.
Right. So you feel that we're not having enough conversation on awareness on infrastructure safety, so to say?
I would think so. And, that is where we thought about something like this. And we said, why not start talking about it at least, and we start doing something like this. While we see a lot of people talk in advertisements, I think it's important to come out, have the right panelists, have experts come here and talk about safety, and start getting more private and government officials come in together, experts come in and talk about safety, and just I think tickle that intellectual curiosity. It was amazing to see the passion in the previous panel, where they were going after it, that why not this and why not that. So I think these conversations will lead to more conversations, and that's why we're here.
Right, and we need to really make it simpler for the average consumer to understand all these safety norms. As we've been hearing through the course of the day, this is something we need to put a lot of premium on. Finally, today there is a lot of focus on smart cities, IoT, AI, machine learning. How are you using all of this into making sure that you can provide the smartest solutions, most efficient solutions, and safest solutions to your businesses, to your clients across the country, across sectors? And how do you see the infrastructure safety landscape evolve in the country over the next 10 years or so?
So, look, I think as things evolve, and there are so many more applications that come in. Like I previously mentioned, India decided to build our own submarines, and so we worked on engineering and bringing out pressure tight cables, right? So in the same way as we IoTize a lot of things, we will work with industries and keep learning and trying to figure out newer applications again that suit the Indian requirement, right? And I think that is absolutely critical. We do our R&D in India. We manufacture everything. We make sure that everything is available to our customers as soon as possible, in fact. So, if they need something, you don't have to necessarily keep inventory and things like that. And I think as we evolve, companies like us need to spend maybe a lot more on R&D. I think the regulators need to, like somebody else mentioned, need to ask people to be more stringent or be more stringent themselves, and push more innovation to come in. There was some discussion on a clip of putting a clip, and then the color should change and things like that. Should push us, and we will. I'm sure we will come out with flying colors. We'll build those things. We'll build those things in India. So I think that's needed. It's needed across, and we will make sure we're there for every application possible.
All right, Nikhil, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your vision on how the infrastructure safety landscape is going to evolve in the country. You told us about the need to have a greater conversation on infrastructure safety, greater awareness at all levels, and more investments by both the government and the private sector. Thank you once again for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Parikshit and Nikhil, for such an engaging chat. Well, as we move forward, urban safety remains the cornerstone of smart infrastructure planning. A critical aspect of this is electrical safety, ensuring our cities are not just efficient, but also resilient. To offer a deep dive into Delhi's electrical safety framework and its role in fireproof urban development, we are truly honored to welcome Atul Garg, Director, Delhi Fire Services, to share his expert insights. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome Atul Garg on stage.
Good evening to all. I hope by now you must have got a lot of knowledge about electrical codes, NBC, BIS, so many codes. My view is totally different from all these codes and other things because I am a man from the street. I am the first responder to any fire. So before I start my journey about the electrical fire safety, I will place some data before you. Delhi Fire Service attend almost 30,000 calls per year. And in 30,000, approximately 60% fire calls, actual fire calls. And about 60% actual fire calls. In Delhi, about 60% fire call is contributed by the electric, some sort of electricity. Maybe electricity failure, equipment failure, overloading, short circuiting like this. And the loss is huge. So here I am not going to tell what code you should follow, what you should do. More stringent rule, yes, that's a requirement, but my recipe is different. मैं कुछ दादी माँ के नुस्खे लेके आया हूँ जिससे मैं कुछ जाने बचा सकूँ. मेरा ये मेन है मैं, because 70% population lives in the area where is no electricity or electricity is by jugaad. And only 30% population lives in a, what you call the regularized colony, something like that, built up DDA flats, MCD flats. And as a director, I have to save life of all the people. not in staying in the flat, but in the jhuggi jhopdi also. So, two things are very, very important for us and for all you. Fire is a very, very critical. And if anything mistaken is taken, I mean, something going wrong, the results are devastating. So, my solution for this is number one, some 556 point, very fast. Please do not install meters, electricity panels near to staircase because that is your escape route. As per the data available with us, almost all death that occurs in Delhi in last 20 years is because of this only. Because there was only one staircase, electric installation was near to stair. You know that there is a space when you go, you build a staircase, there is a gap in between the two places and then all the electric meters are installed there. And in case of fire, in case of any leakage, you know, electric short circuiting, something like that, smoke is traveling in the staircase and you have only one staircase and that is the only escape route. And when the people are coming out of the flat and they are lying in the staircase because most of the body was found in the staircase, near the door, near the roof staircase. That's the most important thing. So that's my solution is that please do not install fire safety arrangement. Electric meter near the staircase. And regular checking of the electric system is a very, very much essential. If we have a robust electric system in Delhi or all over India, there will be no fire. We will be jobless because 50% fire is because of electricity, and if there is electricity is maintained properly, system is maintained properly, absolutely there will be a reduction in fire, and then of course there will be less loss of life, less loss of property. So we need an electric audit regularly, which is very, very poor in India, and nobody is doing it. We have to inculcate it, we have to educate the people, we have to give more awareness about this. That electric audit every year is must. Delhi in also we are bringing a law, no NOC will be granted or FSC will be granted unless you get an electric audit every year, that coming soon. We have also got this rule in Delhi that new electric meter will not be installed near to the staircase. That has to be in some different places and in open area because data is available with us that all the data occur because of this. Then overloading, yes, there is a point already. People have talked about so many things about the overloading, short circuiting. Yes, these are the main concern about the electric fire. Now, one more thing is that we do not own fire safety. In our blood, there is no fire safety. I will like to quote an example because I have also worked in the industry. When a fire safety engineer or a safety engineer, when he goes to the industry, he checks everything, every point to maintain the electricity because it is his job. But once he goes back to the home, he never checks in the building where fire safety system is working or not because that is not their job. So we are working for a fire safety as a job, not as a mindset. Our mindset is not in fire safety. Nobody think about fire safety once he goes back. So that is the issue. We have to develop this. We have to, inculcate it. The fire safety is a job of everybody. This is a very, slogan is everywhere. Fire safety is a job to everybody. But in reality, nobody think about fire safety unless it is my responsibility. So we have to educate the people. We have to encourage the people. We have to educate school children that fire safety is everybody's job. Unless you know it, unless you are aware it, nothing can be done. Some panelists were saying we have to more stringent rule. Yes, we must have. But what about the existing rule? We are not able to implement these rules also. Then why you have a more stringent rule? Because the present rule are not, we are able to implement it. Because we are one of the law enforcement agency also. I know what is the situation on the field. So really, rules are there. Already we have enough rules. If we implement all these rules, there will be no fire from the electricity. I am 100% sure. But we are not able to implement these rules which is already available. Now make a more stringent rule. So why to make a more stringent rule? Why not to start implementing the rule available already there in the already code? There is a National Electric Code, there is a NBC, there is a BIS. All the rules are available. Now National Electric Code that has been done. See, a very thick book. Who will read it? Who will implement it? As an engineer, I am not able to read it properly. So the man who is doing it on the ground, how he is going to implement it? So this is a very, very major challenge for us, that the rule is one side and who will implement it, because the lineman or an electrician, he is learning through the experience. He has not got any degree. So we need we need a good electrician. Even in Delhi also you will find very little electricians who are educated, who has got a license, very, very few electricians. So our need is that first we should train electricians. We train the people who got ITI, they got electricity. They should start doing it what rule is already available. Making another rule, another set of rule, yes. Maybe for a high-rise building, maybe for few people. But what about the population living in a 80%, jhuggi jhopdi, unauthorized, and that's condition everywhere. We keep on talking about our counterpart in Bombay, Calcutta, Chennai, everywhere the situation is same as in Delhi. So in my opinion, there are 3-4 points. First, we should have a trained manpower who can implement the existing rule itself. That will reduce the fire for electricity at least for a 50%. Number then awareness. We must put all efforts to aware the people. Unless you know the hazard, you will not protect it. Once you are aware there is a hazard, this can cause a fire, then only you can start implementing and respecting it. And third is that we should catch children. We should start this education from the school children itself. Not only electrical safety, also fire safety, because that is that. And because, why I am putting so much importance in the public awareness, because this fire is a man-made fire. It can be prevented. Disaster, we cannot do it. Earthquake, we can't do much. But in case of fire, we can do if we are doing a right thing. Fire can be avoided. At least we can minimize the fire. So I think that is, from my side, that is my recipe as a man from the state. Thank you so much. If any question, please ask.
Thank you very much, sir. Those were invaluable insights. And can we have you back on stage? And I also would like to request Sachin Chauhan, SVP says Polycab, to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Garg. A big round of applause for Mr. Garg, please. Big round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Well, electrical safety isn't just about technology and innovation. It's about the brave souls who stand between danger and safety, risking everything to protect us. These fearless fire safety heroes don't just fight flames. They battle uncertainty, adversity, and the elements, ensuring that lives and communities remain secure. Tonight, we come together to honor their extraordinary courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to safeguarding others, heroes who embody the true spirit of selfless service. Let's witness their journey.
Delhi, a city that never stops, where towering buildings, bustling markets, and millions of dreams come alive every day. But behind the city's unstoppable energy is an enviable force ensuring its safety: the Delhi Fire Services Department. Every second counts when disaster strikes. From office blocks to densely packed neighborhoods, the Delhi Fire Services are the first responders, racing against time to protect lives, safeguard electrical infrastructure, and keep the city moving.
शॉर्ट सर्किट के कारण डबल बेसमेंट के अंदर जो है आग लग गई।
लगभग 150 फीट के करीब गहराई में नीचे थे। जब पहले हमें ये पता लगता है इसमें आदमी है तो हम अपनी जान की परवाह नहीं करते।
हम 2-3 टीमों में डिवाइड हो जाते हैं। एक टीम जो है रेस्क्यूज ऑपरेशन पर ध्यान देती है, एक टीम फायर फाइटिंग पे ध्यान देती है।
Their courage is more than fighting fires. It's about preventing them. With the rise of modern electrical networks, the risk of short circuits and fire hazards has grown. But thanks to their vigilance, countless disasters have been averted. As India accelerates towards an electrified future, safety must remain at the core. Firefighters don't just put out flames, they safeguard industries, businesses and homes, ensuring that power remains a force of progress, not peril.
जितने भी इलेक्ट्रिकल गैजेट्स आप यूज करते हैं जो 220 वोल्ट्स और उससे ऊपर हैं, उन सभी में का रखरखाव बहुत जरूरी है. हम कभी उस चीज पे ध्यान नहीं देते.
Yet, their sacrifices often go unnoticed. Today, we honor those who run towards danger while others run away. Their dedication fuels India's electrical future with the promise of safety.
2010 में मैं गीता कॉलोनी पोस्टेड था और दिवाली वाले दिन हमें कॉल मिली थी. जैसे वहां पहुंचे तो हमें फ्लेम दिखाई नहीं दे रही थी, धुआं ज्यादा दिखाई दे रहा था. तब मेरे को इतनी हीट लगी थी कि मैं खुद ये सोच रहा था कि शायद आज तू नहीं बचेगा.
But fire safety isn't just their battle. It's everyone's responsibility. By adopting better electrical safety practices, ensuring regular maintenance and supporting the tireless efforts of our firefighters, we can create a safer tomorrow.
कहीं भी लूज वायरिंग होगी, there will be arcing. आर्किंग होगा तो there will be a source of fire. अगर आसपास वस्तुएं रखी हुई हैं तो उनमें भी आग लग जाएगी.
अपनी वायर को मजबूत कराएं और कम से कम इसमें ज्वाइंट दिवाएं. एक ज्वाइंट में जो चिंगारी निकलती है वे पूरे मकान को अपने लपेट में ले लेती है.
ये पता हो ना हो कि हमें क्या करना है, ये जरूर पता होना चाहिए कि हमें क्या नहीं करना है.
As Delhi rises each morning, it does so on the shoulders of these unsung heroes. To the brave men and women of the Delhi Fire Services, we salute you. You are the heartbeat of a safe and thriving city. InfraSafety, powering India's electrical future.
What an absolutely powerful story, ladies and gentlemen. To commence this tribute, I would like to invite on stage Shri Atul Garg, Director, Delhi Fire Services, and Nikhil Jaisinghani, Executive Director, Polycab, to honor our warriors. Sirs, can we please have you on stage, Mr. Garg and Nikhil? Please put your hands together for our brave hearts. Please welcome Devinder Kumar. We proudly felicitate Devinder Kumar, whose dedicated service since October 2002 includes responding to over 13,000 fire calls and playing a crucial role in major incidents such as the FICCI Auditorium, Chanchal Park Factory and Hotel Arpit fires. Please keep the applause going for our fire safety heroes. The spirit of courage prevails. Let's meet our next warrior. Everyone, please welcome Karanjeet Singh, fire operator at Delhi Fire Service, who has attended over 2,500 fire calls and demonstrated exceptional service during the corona epidemic by extinguishing the fire at UK nursing home Janakpuri and ensuring the safe evacuation of patients. His outstanding contributions earned him the first-class appreciation certificate. A big round of applause for Karanjeet Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's hear it for Nitin Lohchap, station officer at CC Fire Station, who's attended over 7,000 fire and rescue calls. He's played a key role in rescuing a family at Defence Colony, saving 10 people from a lift at Elysium Hotel, and rescuing a 60-year-old woman in Old Delhi. A big round of applause for Nitin Lohchap. Now welcoming our next warrior, Amit Kumar Rana. Amit Kumar Rana, fire operator, Connaught Place Fire Station. A symbol of extraordinary courage and dedication, Amit Kumar Rana has bravely responded to over 2,400 fire and rescue operations, from saving a differently abled person and 4 others during the ITO Income Tax Office fire, to rescuing stranded individuals in the Yamuna floods and Delhi railway station slum fire. His commitment to duty has been truly commendable. We salute his fearless service. Please keep the applause going. They deserve all our applause. The brave hearts, the fire safety heroes. And finally, please welcome Sonu Daggar, fire operator, Okla Fire Station. He's a fearless firefighter. He's displayed utmost dedication and bravery in countless fire and rescue operations, ensuring the safety of lives and property. His commitment to duty stands as an inspiration to all. We absolutely honor his service. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for all these fearless heroes. May I request all 8 firefighters to please come on stage for a group photo op. Let's all of us rise and give them a standing ovation, a heartfelt tribute to their courage, sacrifice, and selfless service. I request everyone to please stay back on stage. Well, as we conclude this impactful evening, let us come together and take a pledge, a commitment to prioritizing electrical safety, upholding best practices, and working towards a safer, smarter India. We're going to showcase a QR code right here. I request everyone to please scan it and take the pledge. The QR code is also there on the back side of your conference badges. If you could just scan it. We've got the pledge now. I commit to making India e-safe, electrically safe. With unwavering dedication, I will utilize my knowledge and awareness of electrical safety to protect myself and those around me. I will ensure that all electrical products, including wires, cables, switchgears, switches, etc., are certified, compliant, and have passed rigorous quality tests. I pledge to advocate for regular audits of electrical and firefighting systems, both at work and at home, to maintain the highest standards of safety. I recognize that safety is not an expense, but an essential investment that safeguards lives and secures a better future. Through continuous vigilance, responsible practices, and a shared commitment to safety, I aim to contribute to a safer environment for all. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we come to the end of an inspiring and insightful evening. On behalf of Polycab and CNBC-TV18, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, and delegates for their invaluable contributions. The conversations we've had today will pave the way for a safer and more resilient electrical future for India. Your insights, participation, and enthusiasm have made this event a resounding success. Wishing you all a great evening ahead. Thank you very much, everybody.